Previously on You Can Beat Video Games. The Empire seemed unstoppable. With thousands of troops at their disposal, Magitek suits capable of decimating enemy artillery, and insane bioweapons that can wipe out an entire city in seconds, it didn't seem like our scrappy group of rebels, the Returners, stood much of a chance. But maybe there was a greater power. The ancient magic of the Espers held the potential to win the war for whichever side could harness it. And the key seemed to be a young woman gifted with mysterious magical power named Terra Branford. Together with Locke Cole the treasure hunter and the twin heirs to the Kingdom of Figaro, Edgar and Sabin, the group joined up with the Returners and their leader Banon at their hidden base. After a desperate escape down the Leet River, the party met up with the villainous octopus Ultros and became separated. Locke rescued Celis Cherie, a magically enhanced Imperial military leader, from the basement of a South Figaro mansion, while Sabin joined forces with Cayenne Garamond, the sword-wielding lone survivor of the Kingdom of Doma, and Gal, the feral boy. As the group reunites in the icy town of Narshe, a detachment of Imperial troops marches towards the city. They're led by Kefka Palazzo, a man so evil that even his own soldiers hate him. A great battle is about to take place today on You Can Beat Video Games. If you're new to the channel, we're doing deep dives on retro video games and giving you the professional strategies that can be used by the casual gamer. Please make sure to subscribe and check out YouCanBeatVideoGames.com for episode lists, news, and official You Can Beat Video Games merchandise. And please join our Patreon for access to an exclusive Discord community and a chance to vote on future episodes. Let's get started. All right, Final Fantasy VI Part 2. Before we jump back into the story, I want to show you a couple of quick tricks revolving around the Returners leader, Banon. Now, it's pretty clear that the developers never expected anyone to ride a chocobo as Banon, so they must have forgotten that they put a chocobo stable in Banon's scenario that you can easily walk to. Once you get out of the Leet River, you just want to go to the area to the west of where Figaro Castle was before it went underground, and there's a hidden chocobo stable right in that forest. Make sure that Banon is the party leader, and then pay this man his 100 gold pieces, and you'll start seeing the weird stuff right away. It sort of looks like naked Terra is riding the bird for a moment, and then what happened to Banon's head? I don't even think that Cure 3 is going to fix that. It's not an extremely useful trick, but it's a fun one to perform nevertheless. Well, if you've ever wanted to take Banon to other places in the game, you can do that using the early airship trick that we did back in part 1 of this guide. The first thing you'll need to do is complete the events over at Figaro Castle, and I recommend making an extra save before you do so. After that, you'll want to make a party with Terra, Locke, Edgar, and one other character, and whichever extra character you bring needs to be powerful enough to solo Vargas later on in the game. We're going to bring Realm because of her high natural magic power. Land the airship near Narshe and then walk to the South Figaro cave. Edgar will talk to this soldier and then he'll let us in, But you'll notice that Realm is sort of standing on top of Edgar because she's not supposed to be here. Pass through the cave and then make your way to Mount Colts. When you get to Vargas, clear out the 2 Epus and then start damaging Vargas himself. Once he's taken a bit of damage, some weird stuff will start happening. This team is grossly overpowered, so it won't take very long. And here we can see that Sabin is invisible? Yeah, that's pretty strange. What actually happened here is that the game's battle system can only display 4 party members at one time. Remember that because it's going to come up again in a few moments. So whenever Vargas clears away our other 3 party members, Sabin does not join. Normally we would just have to use his pummel blitz to end this battle, but without him, Realm is going to have to go the distance herself. Vargas will put her on a timer using his Doom Fist ability, but we should have plenty of time to defeat this guy because we used the Shot Esper to teach Realm the Bio spell. We'll need to cast it a few times against Vargas to finally defeat him, and we'll need to sit through this tutorial on how to do a blitz attack, which we certainly already know how to do, and we would if we could, but we're Realm, so we'll need to keep casting Bio instead. The good news is, despite Vargas's huge muscular build, he barely hits for any damage. 35? Did Realm even feel that? Let me call my grandmother and she can teach you how to punch. It's no wonder why Duncan wanted to leave the dojo to Sabin instead of this guy. His technique is terrible. One of the more interesting things about fighting Vargas this way is that normally when you defeat him using a blitz technique, he has a very unique death animation where he sort of fades off into the wind. But whenever you defeat him using a conventional method, he has the regular boss death animation, and we'll see that here. Lightning flashes and Vargas fades out of existence, defeated by a 14-year-old girl. And if he tries to say that she infected him with a virus, that does not make it sound better. Sabin is forced into the party after the Vargas fight, so now we have a 5-person party, which is why Realm keeps popping up every time we go through a door. If she gets in the way, just open the menu and she'll reappear wherever you're standing when you exit. Here on Elite River, we see that Banon is the 5th member of our party, so he doesn't join us in battle, and that means we don't have to worry about getting an immediate game over when he dies. It won't take long for this overpowered group to turn Ultros into seafood soup, and once the party splits up, you'll notice that on the scenario select screen, instead of Mog, we have Realm riding a raft? So yeah, that is pretty strange, but what we're going to do now is select the Banon scenario, and you may have already guessed what the plan is. We just need to get outside of the Elite River, and yep, there's our airship. So now we have Banon on an airship. Unfortunately, Banon will disappear anytime we try to rearrange our party, so we won't be able to keep him forever, but we could take him to Doma Castle and have him join in with Cayenne as he fights the enemy leader. We will still get an instant game over if Banon were to fall, but with this group I don't think that's going to happen. Even more interesting is back at the Imperial camp, when Banon runs into Kefka himself. They're wearing the same colored outfit. How embarrassing. Sadly, we won't get to see Banon actually punch Kefka, because if you have 4 party members whenever you fight him in the Imperial camp, you win the battle automatically. The game is coded so that this Kefka is treated like a party member, and since you can only have 4 party members on the screen at once, the battle ends by default. Sadly, whenever Kefka poisons the water, the game freezes up and will have to reset. So if you do want to see some of this stuff, make sure to save your game before you enter the Imperial camp. But that's enough tricks for now. Let's get back to the story. The 3 have reached Narshe, and a decisive battle is about to take place. Terra, Edgar, and Banon have reached Narshe ahead of the rest of the group, and have already explained the situation to the village elder. Narshe has tried to stay neutral throughout this conflict, but that neutrality must end now. Blood will spill today. The village elder may not be 1,000 years old, but he understands the stakes. If Emperor Geshtal and Kefka get their hands on that frozen Esper, we could see a repeat of the War of the Magi. But they may be underestimating their opponent. After the way Kefka delighted in killing the people of Doma, if he gets the frozen Esper, he might make the War of the Magi look tame. Sabin shows up and introduces Cayenne, the retainer to the Lord of Doma, and Gao, who just says his name because he's part Pokemon. The trio brings news about the fate of Doma. Everyone is appalled, but the Elder, well, he's worried that this may be a cautionary tale. Was Doma wiped out because they were collaborating with the Returners? Could the people of Narshe suffer the same fate? But that's when Locke shows up, and he lets everyone know that the Empire is coming whether the people of Narshe are aligned with the Returners or not. Then he introduces Celes as one of the Empire's generals, which maybe wasn't the best thing to say to this group of people. Cayenne accuses her of torching the village of Maranda, and while Locke immediately jumps in to defend Celes, I do have some questions. Did she really do that? Terra also admits to being an Imperial soldier, which actually helps to defuse the situation. Of course, she doesn't say anything about how she was being controlled by a slave crown and Celes would have been acting under her own free will, but there's really no time for bickering because one of the Narshe guards bursts through the door and says, "The Empire cometh." Out crossing the Figaro Desert is Kefka himself, and he's with 4 Magitek armors. Kefka gives the order to exterminate everyone. We kinda knew that's what the plan was, but it's still chilling to hear him say it. The stakes really couldn't be higher. If we don't win this battle, everyone dies. The Esper's been moved to a mountaintop beyond the Narshe mines, and there's a defendable choke point in the snowfield nearby, which, like the 300 Spartans of Thermopylae, will give us a strategic advantage. Before the battle begins, Edgar of all people warns Celes about Locke's complicated past, and then Celes explains to Terra that she got her magical powers when she was artificially infused as a baby. Then Terra asks if she's ever loved anyone. Like, in the biblical sense? That's a pretty personal question there, Terra, and considering we just met 5 minutes ago, I'm not sure that it's appropriate. At this point, we'll have the opportunity to prepare for the battle ahead. Select each character individually and equip them with your best weapons, armor, and relics. You're going to make 3 groups here, but you just want to make one very good party of 4, and I highly recommend that you include Celes in that 4, so prioritize her and your 3 best characters. Also, you'll want to unequip sprint shoes, They don't do anything in this part. Now, equipping all the characters is boring to watch, so we'll just skip ahead here. And when you're ready, you'll want to save the game and then talk to Banon to start the battle. This will be the last multi-party battle in the game. While there are a couple of other places where we'll divide up into multiple parties, this is the last time we will be fighting a large battle in this way. Edgar's tools are very good for defeating the standard enemies here, and there's probably a couple of things we'd like to steal using Locke. We'll want to bring Celis to defeat the boss, and Sabin's just a powerful character, so we'll stack that party with those 4 characters. And just like in the first group battle, there's a way to avoid all of the enemies except for the boss if you know what you're doing. Kefka brings a ton of soldiers with him this time, but I guess those Magitek armors couldn't make it through the Narshe mines, so they're all on foot right now. If your goal is to avoid battles, you want to move up to this position, so walk over here and stop right in the middle here. And just wait for those soldiers to pass you by, and when that one on the left passes by, you want to move over here to this position in the lower left corner. Make sure that you're pretty far over so you don't attract any enemies, and wait for that second guy to walk by, and now you're going to walk to this divot, wait for that fast moving guy to start moving to the right, and then walk straight down to Kefka. It's really that simple. But what if you do bump into some of the battles here? Let's take a look at one. We'll pick a fight with this first group of soldiers, and these are just troopers. Troopers are weak against poison, so Edgar's Bioblaster is pretty good here, but if he's enhanced with the Atlas Armlet, the auto crossbow might be even better. You can see it deals significant damage, and after softening them up by having Celis cast ice on the group, we were able to take them out quite quickly. One last thing that's worth noting about these troopers is that if you attack them with a normal attack, there's a chance that they'll counterattack you with the swing move. And there it is right there. In this battle we see a bounty man, which is not a man at all, it's a dog. Bounty man enemies are weak against fire magic, and just like other enemies that have this same dog shape, if a bounty man is ever the last enemy left on the battlefield, it will escape whenever it gets its turn. Sabin gained a level after that fight, and we took a little bit of damage there, so we should heal our characters between battles, and Celis can handle that. Once everyone is all healed up, we're going to take a step over to the left side, and we're just going to wait for that formation of brown troopers to start walking a little bit. You don't want to attack them when they're standing in front of Kefka, or they'll respawn and you'll have to fight them again, possibly as a harder enemy. Here we have a Fidor, which is a pretty one-dimensional enemy that's weak against fire and just does physical attacks. One thing worth noting about a Fidor is if you were to use the imp magic on it, it would actually hit harder. Now you're going to see that this guy will respawn in front of Kefka, but because we let the soldiers walk a bit, there's more space so that we can get around him. And now we'll face a mini-boss, the Rider, a soul survivor. First off, you can steal a mithril vest or an elixir from this guy, but he always counters steal with an attack called Silver Pike, and that's a pretty powerful one, so you will pay the piper if you want to steal from this guy. The Rider also counters some attacks with a move called Reverse Polarity, which switches up your rows, but it's not that big of a deal. Just use attacks like Sabin's Aura Bolt, and it won't be long before you deal the 1300 hit points required to kill this guy. The Rider isn't that difficult to defeat, but if you have Gao on your team, there may be an even easier way. We're going to use his Rhodox Rage, which has a 50% chance whenever Gao gets his turn to use Snare, and that will kill the Rider immediately. Could you imagine being this elite Imperial soldier riding on Battle Cat from He-Man, when this little Tarzan boy shows up and drops a Rick Sanchez portal that just sends you off to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, rough day for that guy. And here we've come to the boss, Kefka himself. The key here is to make sure Celes keeps her runic active. Once you use runic, you don't need to use it again until she absorbs a spell. Just keep skipping her turn and have other characters act until she actually absorbs one. Once she does absorb a spell, immediately use runic again to reset the trap. Our other characters should use attacks that won't be absorbed by runic, so we can have Locke attack, we can have Sabin use blitz, and we'll have Edgar use his tools. If we had Cayenne here, he could use sword tech, and Gao would be able to use his rages. With his magic attacks nullified, this clown will be lucky to get off more than 1 or 2 physical attacks before his 3,000 hit points are reduced to 0. And then he'll escape. But don't worry, he'll be back. After vowing not to forget this, Kefka twirls around, casts a warp spell, and vanishes. With the immediate threat eliminated, our party regroups at the frozen Esper. That was a close call, but it seems like everyone is okay, and the Esper seems to be in good condition. But could it still be alive underneath all of that ice? It's at this point that once again the Esper starts to react to Terra. The last time this happened, 2 people disintegrated, so it's probably best if everyone just backs off. Terra cautiously approaches the Esper as it glows with an eerie blue light. For most people, the frozen Esper represents power, magic that can cause untold amounts of destruction. But for Terra, it represents something else. A connection to her past, something that can explain who she is and where she got her powers. Celes says that she can feel the Esper's mind, and it seems clear that Terra can feel it too, although perhaps more deeply. Terra becomes engulfed in white lightning and blue flames, and then she changes into something otherworldly. Could Terra be an Esper? That would explain a lot. She spins around and rockets off into the sky. From this vantage point, she just looks like a floating star in the distance. Released from the bonds of her human body, Terra flies high above the land. She floats freely on the breeze as she sails across the Figaro Desert over to lands far, far away. But before we can see her ultimate destination, everything fades to black. Locke wakes up in good old Arvis's house, and it seems that Celes has been keeping watch over him. Locke must have blacked out because Celes has to explain to him about Terra's transformation. She looked like an Esper. Edgar bursts in, and it seems that the others are here too. He's glad to see that Locke is okay, and he has a report on where Terra may have gone. Witnesses spotted her screaming across the sky to the west, and while that's not a lot to go on, at least we have a direction. Locke did promise to stay with Terra until her memories returned, and based on these recent developments, there may be a lot more memories that are still missing. But how will we get across the mountains? Edgar has a plan. We'll split up and some of us will stay here in Narshe, while Figaro Castle will shuttle the main group to the western province. Celes is our only healer, so we definitely want her, and we'll learn a lot more about Locke if we bring him to Kohlingen. If we bring the twin brothers, Sabin and Edgar, we'll see some different story sequences when we get to Figaro Castle. You can choose to bring Cayenne or Gao with you instead of Edgar or Sabin, and if you do, the story-related scenes in Figaro Castle will still be available later on in the game, so you won't really miss anything. And now this is our first opportunity to actually explore the whole town of Narshe, and over in this small house, we will find just a ton of treasures. Some of them are very good. You won't be able to open the locked chest right now, that's something for later, but you will be able to get the Thief Knife, which is a weapon that can make a character steal just by attacking, and this will give Shadow a chance to be able to steal items much like Locke. Even better is the Sneak Ring, a relic for Locke that doubles his chances of a successful steal. Your chance of making a successful steal is based on Locke's level compared to the enemy's level, so even with the Sneak Ring, you probably won't be able to steal anything from enemies that are at much higher levels than Locke. But when the levels are close, the Sneak Ring can work wonders. Here at the armor shop, Mithril shields are a good upgrade that can be worn by almost every character, so you'll want to make sure that you have a set of 4 of those. Iron helmets also could be a good upgrade, depending on what your characters are currently wearing. Don't forget to equip anything that you buy. Raising your defense will straight up reduce the amount of damage your characters take from enemy attacks, so you always want to make sure that everyone is wearing the best gear. Wearing good equipment is especially important in a game like this where your base stats don't go up whenever you gain levels. At this point in the game, wearing better gear is by far the best way to affect your stats. Speaking to the people in town, many of them are skeptical of whether or not magic actually exists, and this guy will remind us that Figaro Castle can take us to our next destination. I don't recommend buying any items at the item shop unless you desperately need them. If Edgar is in your party, we'll be able to get a serious discount on items whenever we get to Figaro. Up here we'll find a house that appears to be abandoned, but maybe we'll have to come back here later. For now, we'll just leave it behind and we can check out the relic shop which is nearby. So we'll just head on up in here, and there are lots of relics to purchase here in Narshe, but none we actually need at the moment. This is a reminder that we don't need to equip any relics to prevent darkness, because in this version of the game, due to a bug, darkness does next to nothing. Here in the village elder's house, we can find an elixir in his grandfather clock, and really, anytime you see a clock like that in this game, you should check it for an elixir, because most of the time, you'll find one. Now, I'm not sure why we keep finding elixirs inside of clocks, and I'm starting to suspect that it may be some kind of fuel that keeps the clock running, and whenever we take those elixirs, we're breaking the clock. At the weapon shop, we can buy the flail, which is a powerful weapon that Celes can use, and the full moon is a similar item that Locke can use. These weapons are just as effective in the back row as they are in the front row. The only problem is that flails are not proper swords, so when Celes is equipped with a flail, she will not be able to use her runic ability. Here's something extra weird. There's a bed in the back of the weapon shop, and you can sleep there. It's a free inn. There's actually an inn that charges money in this town, but I'm not sure why you would ever spend money there, considering that you can stay for free in the weapon shop, and there's even a recovery spring over in the classroom. We can check it out just for fun, but 200 gold pieces? Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. Before we go, it's worth noting that the hidden passage over here on the left is still active if you'd like to go into the mines. but for now we'll leave Narshe behind and head out into the world. Outside of the Narshe city limits, we're going to head down and to the left towards the desert, and along the way we've encountered a leafer. This poor little bunny rabbit only has 30 hit points, and here's Celis dual-wielding medieval flails. Yeah, I'd call that overkill. None of the enemies in this area are really a threat to our current party, so we should have no problem making it to the castle. Over here we've had another enemy encounter, and this time it's a pair of Arneids and a Sand Ray. Edgar's auto crossbow would be enough to finish off these 3 enemies on its own, but because Celis is equipped with the black belt, she counterattacked and got an extra attack in. And you can see how effective the black belt can be when combined with the Genji glove. Her counterattack allowed her to hit with both weapons. Before we go inside the castle, we're going to make Edgar the party leader, and you'll see why in a few moments. If you only brought one of the twins with you, you'll see a slightly different scene here, and you'll need to bring both of them back to the castle before you'll be able to experience the entire story. Sabin runs off, but he'll rejoin the party shortly. What we want to do now is head over here to the free inn where we can take a rest. And while we do, this scene plays out. As Sabin slowly paces about the empty throne room, memories come flooding back to him. He remarks that the castle hasn't changed much, but Sabin sure has. He flops down on the throne that could have been his, and thinks about the day when everything changed. The king had been sick for some time, so when he took a turn for the worse, everyone knew what was going to happen. Well, everyone except for Sabin. Still in denial about his father's illness, he took the news about the king's passing harder than anyone else. Being his twin, Edgar had always known that this is what would happen. The two may have shared a womb, but they couldn't have been more different. Would the free-spirited Sabin really want to shoulder the responsibilities that went with being the king of Figaro? Maybe not, and on the night of his father's passing, he was in no emotional state to make any major decisions. But a castle needs a king, and his father's last wish was that the kingdom be divided amongst his 2 sons. Sabin thinks that the Empire may have assassinated the king, and could that be true? The king seems to have been sick for some time, but could they have been slowly poisoning him, playing some sort of long game to destabilize the government in this area? Maybe, but maybe not. Atop the castle's tallest tower, Sabin tells Edgar that he's leaving. But Edgar knows deep down that Sabin could never truly turn his back on the people of Figaro. So he suggests that they leave it to fate. They'll settle this with the toss of a coin. With a flick of his thumb, Edgar launches the coin high into the sky, yelling out, "This is for Dad." And with that fateful coin toss, a decision was made. That night, Sabin opted for his freedom and abdicated the throne. Throughout history, you never really hear about 2 kings ruling over the same castle at the same time. But maybe these twins could have rewritten the rules, and maybe they could have made it work. But I guess we'll never get to know. 10 years have gone by. Where has the time gone? Here's to a couple of confused grown-ups. Here's to Dad, to Mom, and to Figaro. You know, the Woolsey translation is far from perfect, but sometimes he really nails it. When we wake up from our nap, we see that Sabin has rejoined the party. And this woman puts her foot in her mouth when she sees that she's talking to the king himself. And then we're going to head down here where we can meet up with the matron over on the left side. This is all optional, of course, but the matron tells us that she learned something important on that day. And this kid says she wants to marry the king. Whoa, way too young, kid. Wait about 20 years. So seeing these scenes about Edgar and Sabin, that's all well and good, but the real reason that we brought Edgar with us is for the discounts. And that's also why we made him the party leader. It's important that he is the leader if you want to be able to get discounts at the stores here. After a quick chat with the Chancellor, the first shop we want to hit up is this one on the right side that sells tools. The merchant says that he can't take money from the king, but he will sell us these tools at cost, and there are two new ones we can purchase here, the flash and the drill. The drill is an extremely useful tool that I highly recommend buying. The flash is not quite as useful, but we will use it occasionally, so I recommend picking it up too. Over on the left side, we can purchase consumable items, and feel free to spend as much money as you want here. Even if you buy too much stuff, any merchant in the game will buy those items back from you at the exact same price, so you really can't lose. This is the only shop in the game that offers a discount like this, and it won't always be convenient to come back here to Figaro Castle, so make sure to take advantage of the shops here when you have the opportunity. Talk to this old man in the castle basement, and he'll flip the switch, which will cause the castle to dive under the sand, and then it will travel underground to the Kohlingen area. So is there like a castle-sized tunnel under the ground? I guess that's possible, but it still seems pretty crazy. I guess the rumors may be true that this castle was originally built by El Chapo. Once the castle emerges from the sand, all we need to do is head on outside, and we'll find ourselves in another part of the map. If you want to go back to the other area, you can talk to the old man again, and the castle will take you there. Here we have two red fang enemies. These beasts have no particular weaknesses, and if you leave one alone as the only monster on the battlefield, it has a 33% chance to do an attack that can inflict the poison status, so try to kill them both at the same time. After a few more steps, we found the town of Kohlingen. It seems that many people here witnessed Terra flying nearby, so it sounds like we're on the right track. In the town's inn, we'll hear a familiar song. It's Shadow. If you only have 3 or fewer characters in your party, you can hire Shadow for 3,000 gold pieces. As cool as Shadow is, I can't recommend hiring him here. He could still leave at the end of a battle, so I just don't think he's worth the trouble. Loyalty really means something, you know? Over here we'll meet another man that saw Terra, and she may have burned out his house. Oof, sorry about that. This woman hanging out behind the inn really wants to see a show at the opera house south of Jidoor. Dream big, girlfriend. And this woman saw Terra and could tell that she had gentle eyes. That's great, but more interesting is what we'll find in the basement of this house, assuming that Locke is in the party. Lying in a bed is a blue-haired woman being kept on life support by this strange old man and his mysterious herbs. As Locke approaches the bed, he recalls the last time he was here. Her name is Rachel, and although I'm fairly certain she's in a coma, it seems that everyone else has written her off as dead. The old man at her bedside refers to her as the love of Locke's life. We can really start to understand why Edgar said Locke had a complicated past. He suggests that there may be a way to bring her back, but for now, it seems like he failed her. As the somber scene wraps up, Locke leads the way up the stairs, but if Celis is in the party, she comes down for one last look at the woman Locke is so hung up on. That's not the only thing to find in this house. We need to go in through the back door, so head outside and you want to loop around across this bridge and just go into the back of the house. Back here you'll find an obscured chest that contains a green beret. The green beret is a nice helmet upgrade that not only increases defense, but it also adds 12.5% to the user's maximum hit points. Sweet. Before we leave, there's one more point of interest here in town, and it's over in the upper left corner. This old woman tells us a little bit about the house. A girl named Rachel used to live there. Now it's deserted. And as soon as we walk in, Locke has another flashback. Locke laments that he wasn't able to save her when she needed him, as everything fades away. In this scene, we see Rachel and Locke treasure hunting together, although for some reason Rachel is wearing what appears to be a full-on prom dress, which may be why she wasn't fast enough to get across this bridge before it broke. And with that, tragedy struck. Locke stood vigilantly at Rachel's bedside as she recovered, and while her wounds did eventually heal, her mind was never the same. Rachel couldn't remember anything. She had amnesia. See, I told you amnesia was super common in the Final Fantasy universe. But now it all makes sense. We can finally understand why Locke was so eager to help Terra recover her memory. It's because he still feels guilty about what happened to Rachel. Rachel tells him to go, but Locke can't just leave. You'd have to be blind to see that he's never going to give her up. He's never going to let her down. He may run around, but he'll never desert her. Locke's friend tells him that he'd best leave Rachel alone. She's going to have to make a new start of it, and him being here isn't going to help. Eventually, he finally goes. A year later, Locke returned and learned that Rachel had perished in an Imperial attack. Her memory returned just before she passed away. The last thing she uttered was his name. Of course, we know that Rachel isn't completely dead, but that doesn't make things better right now. We'll just steal the elixir from her grandfather clock, but I think it's okay. She doesn't need a working clock right now, considering that she's under an old man's house in a coma. Before we depart, we can take a look at the wares over here at the weapon and armor shops. They have a lot of stuff here, but unless you hired Shadow and you need to buy throwing items, nothing is a must buy. We can also purchase consumable items here, but hopefully we bought enough of those back in Figaro when we were getting the kingly discount. And with that, we're back out onto the world map. We need to head south to reach Jidoor and the Opera House, but for now we're going to take a walk north where we'll find the future site of the Colosseum. Here we have two vultures, and the most deadly move they can perform is the one you just saw there called Shim Sham, which will hit a character for 50% of its health. Luckily, when these things are not left alone, they should only do Shim Sham about 33% of the time every other turn, so the fact that each of those vultures did a Shim Sham was pretty unlucky. If a vulture is left alone, it will use either Shim Sham or a darkness inflicting attack every turn. And up here we come to the future site of the Colosseum. It doesn't look like much now, but maybe someday. In this pod on the left side, we'll find a very useful relic called the Hero Ring. This ring will enhance your magical and physical attacks, sort of like an earring stapled to an Atlas armlet, although while this relic does stack with earrings, don't equip it with an Atlas armlet, it will not have an additional effect. We don't have to walk all the way back because there's a hidden chocobo stable in the forest nearby, but first we'll have to defeat two more of these vultures. We'll have Sabin use his Aura Blitz. We're going to have Locke and Celis both attack, and if that's not enough, we'll have Edgar try out his new drill tool. But I think 2 swipes of the flail will do it, and we'll head deeper into the forest after we cure the team. A couple Shim Shams will bring down anyone's HP, so make sure to recover between battles whenever anyone takes a lot of damage. And that hidden chocobo stable is right here. Inside we'll need to pay the man 100 gold pieces to rent a chocobo, but I think that's a pretty good deal. So we'll give the man his money and we will ride back to Kohlingen. The next place we need to go is the city of Jidoor, and we could use this chocobo to ride all the way there, avoiding all the monster encounters along the way. But I do want to show you the different monsters you can meet in the southern part of this area. So I'm going to stop here in Kohlingen where we can use the inn, and then we'll take the rest of the journey on foot. Keep in mind that if you're a completionist and you're interested in getting all of Gao's various rages, you need to encounter all of the monsters in their natural habitat before they will start populating on the veldt. So if you want to get all the rages, you need to meet the monsters elsewhere first. Now if you don't care about rages, ideally we won't level up too much before we get Espers, and we're going to be getting Espers pretty soon, so it won't be long before we can level up more profitably. In the desert areas nearby, you may run into one of these fossil fangs, and fossil fangs have a 33% chance every other turn to do their bone attack, which can inflict the zombie status on one of your characters. When a character is in zombie status, it's sort of like they're confused, but it's much worse than that because it persists after the battle is over, and you'll need to use a Revivify to remove the status. Even if you do have Revivifies handy, whenever you use one on the afflicted character, they're going to come back with very low hit points, so you'll need to do a fair bit of curing to get them back in good shape. As long as we stay out of the deserts, we don't have to worry too much about zombification, but later on in the game, we'll come to some areas where many monsters can inflict the zombie status, and then we will definitely want to equip relics to prevent it. Once again, we have 2 red fangs that we need to defeat. Remember that if you leave a red fang alone too long on the battlefield, it may use an attack that can inflict the poison status, so you'll want to clear them quickly. Of course, if you get poisoned, it's not the end of the world. You can simply equip a relic that repels poison, and that will remove the status. As we walk down this way, the monsters will change a little bit, and we're going to see a slightly different set of monsters in the lower part of this area. And right on cue, here's a new monster type, the Iron Fist. Iron Fists mostly just do physical attacks, but whenever they're left alone on the battlefield, they could do an attack that can inflict confusion, so watch out for that. We had those enemies surrounded, so they didn't stand much of a chance, and this time we're facing off against 4 Mind Candies, and we got a preemptive attack again? That is very lucky. These guys are weak against fire and wind type attacks. We don't have Sabin's Fire Dance yet, but if we did, we could use it, although his Aura Bolt is still very effective, and Edgar's Auto Crossbow can soften these guys up in a hurry. Every second turn, a Mind Candy has a 1 in 3 chance of using the attack called Sleep Sting, which will make one of your party members fall asleep. It's not that big of a deal, especially since it doesn't deal damage, and once again we have won the battle. We're getting close to our destination, but we haven't faced any of the forest monster configurations in this area yet, so let's take our chances against an Overgrunk, a Vulture, and an Iron Fist. We've seen the Vulture and the Iron Fist before, but the Overgrunk is something new. Or at least it was until Sabin fried it. Like many other plant-type monsters, Overgrunks are weak against fire-type attacks, and if you leave an Overgrunk alone, it actually becomes more one-dimensional and will only attack. When it's with other monsters, every second turn it has a 1 in 3 chance of using an attack that can inflict poison, so you do want to take those Overgrunks out as quickly as you can. Here's the same set of monsters again. We'll use Sabin's Blitz, we'll use a Drill, and we'll have Locke try to steal something, and we'll try to leave the Overgrunk alone so that we don't have to worry about its poison attack. And now we can take it out at our leisure. Now, every enemy in this game doesn't change its attack pattern when left alone, but most of them do, and most of them get stronger when left alone, but the Overgrunk is an exception that gets worse. We're close enough to the city to see it now, but first we'll have to face 4 Mind Candies again, and this time it's a fair fight. If a lot of your characters fall asleep, you could try attacking them yourself, but that may do more harm than good, especially if you're attacking with a character using a Genji glove. Still, any physical attack that a character that's sleeping takes will wake it up, so in a pinch, you could do it yourself. Fortunately, no one was afflicted by a sleep sting that time, and Edgar even gained a level. We'll save the game before we head on into the city. This is Jidoor. Jidoor is not only the westernmost city on the world map, it's also one of the wealthiest, and you'll find some great gear in the stores here. The ninja gear increases speed by 2, and the white dress, which unfortunately can only be equipped by female characters, increases magic power by 5. So those are some nice upgrades. Hopefully you have enough cash to buy everything you want, but if you're a little bit short on money, you can always just sell some things back to the stores. Tents are worth 600 gold pieces each, and you can always buy them again later. The weapon shop doesn't have much if you're not using Shadow, but the Kaiser Claw is a pretty sweet new weapon for Sabin that will give him a holy attack, and that could be very useful against undead enemies. Although with 83 power, it'll be good against almost anything. And over here at the inn, we can spend the night for 250 gold. If you brought Shadow with you, you might start seeing some of his dreams at this point in the game, and while we don't have him with us right now, we will get to those later on in the guide. Now, if you start to talk to the people around town, you'll hear a lot about a city called Zozo, and apparently, it's a wretched hive of scum and villainy. The people of Zozo are notorious liars, and that's valuable information for whenever we visit there. Over here we can visit the auction house, one of the most unique features of the city. There are no auctions going on right now, but we'll have to come back later after we get the airship so that we can buy some very important treasures. I'm not sure why so many people are hanging out at the auction house right now. The auctions for the day are over, and you'd think that the staff would want to kick everyone out. One of the people here tells us about an item that can bring back wayward spirits, but he says it can only be found in the imperial capital of Vector. Could that help Locke bring Rachel back? Well, I'm not sure. For now, let's take a look at the relic shop. They sell earrings here if you need another pair of those, and you can also purchase peace rings here, which will prevent the confusion status, and that could be handy later on. Up here in Owser's house, we'll meet a man who thinks that Celis looks just like the opera singer Maria. I wonder if that might come up later. In the upper right corner, you'll find a pot that contains a tincture, and over here we can observe a bunch of paintings. Some of them look very lifelike. Owser, the owner of this mansion, is quite the art collector. He even has a portrait of Ultros sitting next to one of an old urn and an empty treasure chest. Very eclectic, I suppose? Ah yes, this painting of a lamp will go perfectly next to the purple octopus. Over here behind the trees is another woman that warns about the people of Zozo. And over here we can take a look at the item shop, but it's a lot of the same stuff that we've seen before. If you need a few more Phoenix Downs, now's probably the time to get them, and before we leave town, we can rent a chocobo to make our ride to Zozo much easier. We'll find Zozo to the north up in the mountains, and to get there, all we need to do is follow this light green path. That'll take us the whole way there. You really can't miss it. So we'll just follow the path around this curve, and there it is. The city of Zozo. You'll want to save your game before you go in here because unlike all the other cities in the game, this one is full of random encounters, so be ready for that. You'll face two sets of monsters here in the city. There are the monsters that you'll fight outside, and there are a different set of monsters that you'll meet in the interiors. These gobbledygooks are some of the easier monsters we'll face off against. They're weak against poison, so Edgar's Bioblaster could be good against them, but they also only have 350 hit points, so we should be able to take them down with most of our attacks. One thing you need to watch out for is that these guys occasionally will cast Vanish on themselves, which will make your physical attacks miss, but the Bioblaster will still get them. And the Bioblaster is great because it not only deals a ton of damage up front, it'll also infect them with poison, which will deal more damage over time. Make sure to cure your party between battles, because you never know when you're going to encounter a monster here in Zozo. The two flails have been working out for Celis, but we're going to equip her with at least one proper sword now so that she can use her runic ability, and then we'll pop into the cafe. Whenever you talk to the people in Zozo, you may want to write down the things that they say, just bear in mind that they're always telling lies. And here we have a Harvester. Harvesters are notable for their weakness to poison, but in the interior segments they appear alone, so Edgar's drill can handle them with ease. Climbing through the cafe here is completely optional, and it only leads to a chest that contains a tincture, so you may just want to skip this part. And here we have another Harvester. If Locke uses his Steel ability against the Harvester, The Harvester will counterattack by stealing from us, but we'll get our money back after the battle. If you're very lucky, Locke can steal the rare Dragoon Boots relic, so it might be worth a try. Remember, when there are 2 items listed in the monster information, whenever you make a successful steal, you'll have a 1 in 8 chance of getting the second item listed, which is more rare. Here we have a Slam Dancer and 2 Harvesters. Slam Dancers are one of the most dangerous enemy types we'll meet here in the city of Zozo whenever you encounter them alone. Whenever a Slam Dancer is with other enemies, it's nowhere near as dangerous as it would be by itself. Make sure to kill the Slam Dancer first to prevent it from being left alone, and it won't use its powerful elemental magic against you. That's really all there is to see here in the cafe, so we'll cure our party, and then we're going to make our way back outside. At least that's what we were trying to do until we encountered yet another Harvester. Oh no, not a Harvester! Sometimes these guys will heal themselves with potions, oh no! Yeah, we can just one-shot this thing, so it doesn't even matter that it can heal itself with a potion. Eat the drill, Harvester. That time, Sabin gained a level, and it's been a while since we took a look at our characters' stats, so let's see how they're all doing. Once we get to the end of Zozo, we're going to get Espers, and then we'll be able to level up with bonuses, so we don't want to level too much when we're here. Our final destination is at the top of the relic shop, but there's a few other places in town that we want to take a look at first. Here we have 2 Gobbledygacks and a Harvester, and oh, we actually stole the Dragoon Boots? That is awesome! Whenever you equip the Dragoon Boots as a relic, it will change that character's attack into jump, and if they're wielding a spear, it will deal even more damage. Now, jump will make your character leave the battlefield for a moment, during which time they can't be targeted by attacks, and whenever they drop back down, they'll hit an enemy for big damage. So that's how the Dragoon Boots work. We're not going to be using the Dragoon Boots very much right now, but we will find a very good use for them later in the game. In this room there's a broken clock, and the time we need to set it to is 6:10:50. Now, how do you figure that out? Well, we'll need to talk to all of the people here in Zozo, and they're going to give us information about what not to set the time to. So anything that they say we should set the time to, we need to do the opposite of that. And if you write down all the clues, you can really narrow it down to only a few possibilities. You don't actually have to do any of that though. If you know that it's 6:10:50, you can just enter that time and you'll be able to get the chainsaw, which is one of Edgar's most powerful tools. The chainsaw deals big damage to a single enemy, and 1 in every 4 times that you use it, he'll put on that hockey mask and it will be an instant death attack, assuming that it actually hits. Honestly, the instant death attack is one of the chainsaw's biggest downsides, because whenever you're using it against a boss, the instant death won't usually work, and you're trying to just get the spinning attack, so every now and again it just won't deal any damage, and that's not great. At the end of that battle, Locke leveled up, but more importantly, Celis hit level 13, and that's when she learns the Imp spell. And the Imp spell is definitely going to come in handy here in the city. We won't need to use Imp against this guy though. Celis is attacking him from behind, and whenever you're attacking an enemy that's turned around the wrong direction, you'll hit it for extra damage. So that's why Celis did so much more damage than usual there. We'll heal the party, and then we'll start heading to the left. If we go behind this tall building, there are 2 more locations beyond it. And here we have a Hades Gygus. This is one of the most dangerous enemies we'll encounter around here, because when you kill it, it has a 1 in 3 chance of using an attack called Magnitude 8, and that will deal big earth damage to our party. We got lucky and he didn't do it that time, but there is something we can do to prevent it, and that is use the Imp spell against him. So this time we'll have Celis cast the Imp magic, and once he's been turned into an Imp, if we kill him and he uses the Magnitude 8, it won't actually work and we won't take any damage. Oh, and we were even able to steal an Atlas armlet, which is rare. You'll need to make a successful steal and get the 1 in 8 roll to be able to steal it, so it's not extremely common. Over in the weapon shop, we can get a good clue about how to get the chainsaw, which we already have, but we can still solve the puzzle. This guy says that clock has no minute hand, and it never points to the right time, but it's always opposite day here, so that means the clock only has a minute hand, and that minute hand is pointing to the correct time. If you know how to read an analog clock, since the hand is pointing at the 2, you'll know that the minutes should be set to 10. And if you don't know how to read an analog clock, you should ask an old person. Out here, we've encountered the Harvester and the 2 Gobbledygooks again. The Harvester is a little bit more annoying in this configuration because it can heal the Gobbledygooks, so we'll take out the Harvester first, and then we'll finish up with the remaining enemies. Because Locke is equipped with the Thief Knife, he was able to steal an eye drops from that last Gobbledygook in addition to attacking it, and while that is pretty cool, it won't be long before we find a relic that allows him to do that every time. And here's another Hades Gygus. We'll have Celis prepare an Imp spell to protect the party from a possible earthquake whenever this guy dies. And now he has been turned into a simple Imp, and we can safely finish him off. He did a death attack that time, but it wasn't Magnitude 8, so it wasn't that big of a deal. We'll have Celis cast a couple cure spells, and then we'll work our way towards the exit of the city. Before we can get there, we've encountered yet another Hades Gygus, and we'll use the chainsaw again, and we got the instant death, and oh no, this time he used Magnitude 8. And you can see why I was concerned about that attack. If we had limped into that battle with lower HP, we could have been annihilated by that guy. So make sure to keep your party cured between battles, and always cast the Imp spell when you can to prevent Magnitude 8. We're not done in the city yet, but if we just step outside the city limits for a moment, we can use a tent, which will restore all of our hit points and, more importantly, Celis's magic points, and we can also save the game. Nice. We have a long climb ahead of us, and we want to make sure that Celis will be able to keep casting her cure magic, and she'll be able to keep casting Imp on enemies like this Hades Gygus. And what is up with this guy's outfit? I didn't know that Fruit of the Loom made tighty whities in that size. It almost looks like he's lifting up his belt so that we can get a better view of his underwear. Well, we won't see his underpants anymore now that he's been turned into an Imp, and we can safely finish him off. And with one quick death attack, the Hades Gygus goes down. We will use a few heal spells, which we have plenty of magic to use now, and we'll continue our journey into Zozo. The entrance to the relic shop is down here. It's labeled I on the map. And inside, this guy says he hasn't seen any girls, so that probably means Terra is definitely here. We'll climb up the stairs and go into this building where a stream of people keep coming out of the door. We've run into another Harvester, which is one of the easier enemies we can encounter, so we'll quickly take this guy down. Once this harvester has been eliminated, we can start striking up a conversation with the people coming through the door. Many of them will tell us what time it definitely is not. And this is another clue about getting the chainsaw. If we jot down every time that a person says as they come through this door, we can eliminate all of the possibilities except for 6, and that's how we'll know that the time must be 6 o'clock. I can't imagine trying to live in a city like this where everyone always tells lies, especially considering that they're all so committed to the bit. How would you ask someone out on a date? Or even get picked up from the airport? It would be really difficult. In any case, we have the combination of the Slam Dancer and 2 Harvesters again. Remember, you want to remove the Slam Dancer first, because if you leave her alone, she will start casting level 2 elemental magic against your party, but as long as she's with other enemies, she's not that dangerous. So clear the Slam Dancer first, and then the 2 Harvesters will easily follow. From here, we're going to climb up the stairs and we'll emerge at letter L on the map. There's a crane here that can take us back down to the bottom, but we want to keep climbing instead. Here is yet another Hades Gygus. We know what to do now. We'll have Celis cast Imp on it, and then we can eliminate this guy. We'll use our chainsaw, we'll have Sabin use Aura Bolt, and the chainsaw did the job. Celis took a headbutt there, so we'll heal her before we move on. And then we're going to climb up the stairs here, which will lead us to the doorway labeled M on the map. So head on up here, and inside this treasure room, we'll find the Thief Glove. The Thief Glove is a special relic for Locke that will change his steal skill into Capture. Capture allows him to attack an enemy while attempting a steal at the same time. So that's pretty cool. Once you have the Thief Glove, head back down the stairs, and we talked to a guy earlier who told us to definitely not jump between the buildings, so obviously that's something that we have to do. And over here we will encounter yet another Hades Gygus. This place is practically infested with these things. Well, at least this gives us an opportunity to try out Locke's new capture ability, and although he wasn't able to steal anything this time, stealing the Atlas armlet was a long shot anyways. At least he was still able to deal damage, and that's what counts. And this time Celis gained a level, Locke gained a level, and so did Sabin, and Sabin devised a new blitz. We'll take a look at everyone's stats, noting that only HP and MP go up if these characters are not equipped with specific Espers. But let's take a look at that blitz. It's the Fire Dance. The Fire Dance deals fire element damage to all enemies on screen, and the damage is not reduced based on the number of enemies it hits. In this room, you don't want to go left here because this is a dead end, and the clue that this guy gives us is not particularly useful. We'll find another better clue about the seconds a little bit later. What we do want to do is work our way up and around, and here we have a slightly different combination, a Slam Dancer and 3 Gobbledygooks. You can probably figure out what we want to do here. You want to attack the Slam Dancer first so that she's not left as the only enemy on the battlefield, and then we can start fighting the Gobbledygooks. We're going to try out Sabin's new Fire Dance, and you can see that here. To do it, you either want to slide your thumb from left all the way over to right on the direction pad, deliberately pressing all the directions in between, but if you can't do that, you can also try pressing left, left, down, right, right. That's probably a bit easier if you're not good at fighting games, and it should work for you every time. Regardless of how you do it, Sabin's Fire Dance is one of his most powerful attacks, especially if he's enhanced with earrings or a hero ring. If you don't have it yet, Sabin will learn it when he reaches level 15. Outside, we get a very valuable clue that will help us figure out the seconds. This guy tells us that they're divisible by 20, which means that they are not divisible by 20. And that eliminates half of the possibilities. We'd only need to try a few options to figure out the time from here. So if you were wondering how to figure out what time to set that clock to, that's how you do it. You just need to talk to everyone in the city and sort of reverse engineer the things that they tell you. The fire dance quickly clears out those gobbledygacks and we're able to continue our climb. This time we're entering the door labeled P on the map, and that takes us in here where we're going to climb some more stairs. Uh-oh, this is a dangerous battle. A single slam dancer may use powerful elemental magic against us if we don't kill it fast enough. Hopefully we'll be able to destroy this thing before it has a chance to act. And we did. If it did get a chance to attack us, it would cast something like Ice 2, Fire 2, or Lit 2. And this time we have a preemptive attack, so I'm not terribly worried. We can just have Celis use Runic, and she'll absorb whatever magic the Slam Dancer casts at us. It'll even restore some of her magic points, which is quite nice. You can just keep having Celis use Runic here, and that's a good way to get some magic points back for free. That battle's a little bit more dicey if it's not a preemptive attack and you don't get the chance to use Runic before the Slam Dancer acts, but if you do, you're in good shape. We're getting close to the boss, but first we can pick up this Fire Knuckle, which is a new weapon for Sabin. The Fire Knuckle has an attack power of 122, which is much stronger than the Kaiser Claw we had equipped previously. It also randomly casts fire 25% of the time. You do need to be a little bit careful using elemental weapons because some enemies not only resist certain elements, but they can even absorb them, so your attack may work in reverse. Nothing here in Zozo absorbs fire magic though, so we're definitely safe to equip the Fire Knuckle for now. The boss of this area is waiting on a landing just above us here, so make sure to heal your party before ascending the stairs and taking on the Dadaluma. He says that he hates fighting and he better let us pass, but we know that here in Zozo, that means it's time to battle. If you use the normal fight command against this guy 4 times, he will counter you by throwing 2 weapons at the party, which could be disastrous. And if you use 2 normal magic spells against him, he'll counter by doing a jumping attack. So the trick here is to use special abilities that aren't really fight or magic at all. So we're going to use Sabin's Blitz, we're going to have Edgar use Tools, if you had Cayenne you can have him use Sword Tech, that sort of thing. And we're also going to have Celis cast Imp on him, because at some point during the battle, this guy would cast Protect on himself, but if he's transformed into an Imp, he won't be able to do so. About every 30 seconds, the boss will summon 2 Iron Fist enemies, and these are just like the Iron Fists that we faced out on the world map, and they aren't much of a threat. In fact, Sabin's Fire Dance can clear them out in a single shot. Edgar can use his drill or chainsaw. The chainsaw deals a little bit more damage than the drill, but I recommend using the drill anyways, because if you get the instant death attack, it's going to deal 0 damage against the boss, so dealing a little bit less with the drill but being guaranteed to hit is probably worth it. Defeating the boss does not shut down the random monster encounters in town, so you still need to be prepared to fight some enemies before you go into the next door. Make sure that you heal the party after fighting the Dadaluma. You don't want to be surprised by a Hades Gygus and get destroyed. Here we just have 4 gobbledygooks, so we're just going to use some techniques that will hit all of them, and we can quickly take them out. Now once we get inside here, there aren't any enemies in this room, so you can relax a little bit. Head over to the left side and you'll find a running shoes relic, and over on the far right you can grab an X potion. Nice. Once we have those items, we can follow this carpet and it will lead us to a single bed, and atop that bed is Terra. Terra still seems to be a bit out of it, and that's when we hear the voice of Ramuh. Ramuh suddenly materializes, and although he appears to be a bearded old man, he is actually much more than that. You see, Ramuh isn't a human at all. He's actually an Esper. Terra leaps from the bed and runs around the room. She collapses at the top in a heap, clearly exhausted. Finally, Ramuh properly introduces himself and tells them all that he's an Esper. But don't Espers live in another world? Well, that doesn't mean that they don't live here too. You see, Espers can take many forms, and sometimes they take the form of humans. Ramuh claims that humans and Espers can't coexist, but Locke has heard different. His grandmother said that they once fought side by side. You see, they started out as friends, but then came the War of the Magi. During the War of the Magi, Espers fought humans who were infused with magical powers extracted from Espers. People sort of like Celis. So the Espers created an entirely new realm and hid away there. But about 20 years ago, humans stumbled upon it. Humans who knew about Espers and the secret to Magitek power. Thus began a hunt for Espers. Only in this way could Emperor Geshtal create his invincible army. So now we know how Geshtal rose to power so quickly. He found the hidden realm of the Espers. The Espers erected a doorway and kicked all the humans out, but many of their kind are still trapped in the Empire's Magitek research facility. Deep within the Empire's labs, they're being slowly drained of their power. Ramuh fled here to escape a similar fate. Somehow Ramuh was able to sense that Terra was in trouble, and his magic summoned her here. So Terra's an Esper? Well, not exactly. She's something quite different. But her very existence strikes fear into her heart. It seems that the problem that Terra is having isn't coming from outside, but from within. There seems to be only one course of action that will help Terra. We need to free the other Espers from the Magitek research facility. One of them can surely help her. Of course, that's a lot easier said than done. The Empire's Magitek research facility is connected to the main city of Vector, and that's not even on this continent. We're going to have to figure out a way to get across the sea, and then we have to figure out how to sneak into a restricted laboratory? This whole thing sounds like a suicide mission. But we do have one ace up our sleeve. Ramuh gives us our first pieces of magicite. Magicite is what's left when an Esper passes away, and it contains the essence of that Esper. Only when an Esper has turned to magicite can it truly transfer its power to a human. And Ramuh doesn't just give us 3 pieces of magicite from his fallen comrades. He too makes the ultimate sacrifice and becomes a piece of magicite himself. Each character can only equip 1 Esper at a time, and with these, any character can now use magic. So that's pretty awesome. At the end of most battles, you'll get some number of magic points, and then you will learn spells based on the multiplier for that spell. So Ramuh teaches us Bolt at a 10x multiplier, so for each magic point we get, we'll get 10 points towards learning Bolt. When any of the spells reach 100, we will learn that spell. Also, once per battle per Esper, you can go to the top of your magic menu and cast a summon spell. Many of these cost a lot of magic points, but they can be extremely powerful. You don't need to learn anything from the Esper to be able to use the summon. But the best thing about Espers is that some of them, when equipped, will give you a boost to your stats whenever you level up. The best one that we have for this right now is Stray, that will give you +1 magic power when you level up, but Ramuh will give you +1 stamina, which is better than nothing, and Siren will give you +10% hit points, which is also kinda nice, but you always gain some amount of hit points when you level up, so that one's not as impressive. We want to try to pay attention to how many experience points we need for our characters to level up, so that we can try to equip them with the best Espers right before they gain a level. At this point, we'll have the opportunity to make a new party, but we are forced to choose Celes and Locke because we'll need them to do the Opera House event. We're just going to stick with the same party we were using before, but if you'd rather take Cayenne or Gao, that's completely up to you. Just understand that you'll probably be stuck with this party for quite some time. Right now, we can change party members if we were to go back to Narshe, but that's quite a hike from here, so we won't want to be returning to Narshe if we don't have to. Before we do anything, make sure to go into the menu and equip your Espers. So choose skills and you'll be able to select Espers from there. We'll give Celes the Stray Esper because that's the one that increases magic power upon level up. We'll give Edgar Ramuh so he can learn some Bolt magic. We'll give Locke Kieran so that he can learn a bit of curing. And we'll give Sabin Siren since we'll probably mostly have him using blitzes anyways. Now, I'm not saying that the spells we learn from Siren aren't important, because whenever we need spells like Sleep, Mute, or Slow, they are extremely useful. And once we get into a battle here, let's try some of those Esper summon techniques. So go into your magic menu and go to the very top of it, and you'll find an extra spell that will summon an Esper. Kieran's spell here will grant regen to the entire party, so that's nice for longer battles. And Ramuh's Bolt Fist is going to do lightning damage to all the enemies on the screen, which was actually pretty tame. Siren's Hope Song silences all enemies, which is very effective against enemies that use magic, but not super great against these two. And Stray's Cat Rain will attempt to confuse any enemies on screen, which will make them attack each other. Also, confused enemies will turn around backwards, so we'll deal more damage to them whenever we hit them with physical attacks. And Edgar's auto crossbow finished off the vulture, but you can see how useful some of those Esper summon spells could potentially be, especially against certain bosses that have very specific vulnerabilities. It's critical that we stop back here in the city of Jidoor so that we can meet the Impresario over in Owzer's mansion. Until we do this, we will not be able to get into the Opera House farther south. This will also be our opportunity to name Setzer. The Impresario is in a bit of a pickle, but maybe Celis could be the answer. She looks just like the famous opera singer Maria, a fact that we had heard before. As the Impresario hurries off, he drops a letter. Now, did he drop that letter for us? Or did he just drop a piece of mail and maybe we shouldn't be reading it? Well, in any case, we're opening it up, and it seems that someone named the Wandering Gambler is intending to kidnap Maria. I suppose technically he says, "I want you for my wife, I'm coming for you," but that sounds more like a threat than an invitation. At this point, we'll have the opportunity to name Setzer, and although we won't be able to recruit him into the party just yet, we will be getting him eventually. Setzer's special ability is slots, and if you can spin a 777, his Joker Doom power will finish off any enemy. Setzer's other slot abilities mostly just damage the enemies, and in order of power, it goes airships, dragons, diamonds, chocobos, and then if you spin 3 bars, that summons a random Esper, which could be very hit or miss. There is a way to manipulate Setzer's slot ability, and we'll talk more about that whenever we get him into the party. But for now, we're going to rent a chocobo and ride it south to the Opera House. The Opera House isn't that far away, so if you don't want to rent a chocobo, you don't have to. But we'll just play it safe this time and ride down to where we need to be. After saving the game, we'll head on inside, and the Impresario is going to be happy to see us. Yeah, we do admit to reading his mail, but he doesn't seem very upset, so I guess we're not going to jail. He thinks that Setzer will show up at the climax of Scene 1, because apparently when you're a rich guy with an airship, you can get away with committing blatant crimes like kidnapping an actress in front of a full theater audience. Locke has an idea, and I'm not sure if he comes up with this one on the spot or if he's been cooking this plan up for a minute, but the basic idea is that they're going to let Setzer kidnap Maria, but instead of Maria, they'll use Celis as a decoy. All Celis needs to do to sell the fake is deliver a flawless opera performance. What could possibly go wrong? Look, I've taken a couple singing lessons before, but if I had to sing an opera tomorrow, everyone would know I'm a fraud. But I guess the good news is that not only does Celis look like Maria, but this ex-Imperial military leader is a natural singer. She says, "I'm a general, not some opera floozy," and then runs away. But then when they hear her warming up and trying out her voice, it actually has some potential. Okay, there was a cough in there, but hey, it could be a lot worse. Locke chuckles. Not bad, Celis. Now just memorize the entire score and all the choreography and you'll be ready for tonight. But I guess that would have been too easy because Ultros is here to foil our plans. Now wait, how did Ultros get here? Has he been following us? No, that doesn't make a lot of sense. We traveled via castle underneath the mountains. He must have just been hanging out around the Opera House when we showed up. Well, that's very unlucky. But Ultros' letter goes unread. Our characters hurry to the balcony because it's time for the show to begin. The opera gives the developers an opportunity to tell a story within a story here, so it's interesting to see what they chose to do. The overture plays, Celis waits backstage, while Locke and the rest of our party join the impresario to watch. As the curtain rises, Act 1 begins. As a spotlight shines on the stage, it's the impresario. Well, that's a good trick. I swear he was just sitting next to us like 5 seconds ago. How did he get to the stage so quickly? Maybe it was his twin brother or something. I don't know. In any case, the East and the West were at war. Draco, the West's great hero, thinks of his love, Maria. Is she safe? Is she waiting? With that, the impresario, or his stunt double, hurries off the stage, and we see the hero, Draco. Now, Draco may be the hero of this opera, but here in the very first scene, he is immediately trampled by chocobos. What a twist! Is that it? Is he dead? No. He gets up and starts singing. And this guy, well, he is a pro. Listen to that baritone. This may just be a chiptune produced by the Super Nintendo, but it does kind of sound like he's saying, "Oh Maria," at the beginning. "Oh Maria, please hear my voice. How I long to be with you." But we're not just going to sit here and watch the entire opera. After hearing this first verse, the action suddenly shifts back to Locke and the rest of the party, who, believe it or not, are sitting right next to the impresario. How did he do that? Did you guys see him leave? When you talk to Sabin, he says, "Why is everyone singing?" And you'd think he'd be a little bit more cultured considering that he was raised as a prince. From here, we want to head down to the dressing room, and that's over on the right side of the opera house. We'll just be controlling Locke at this point, and when he sees Celis in her opera costume, well, he suddenly turns bright red. Locke had found Celis attractive before, but in her opera costume, with that ponytail, ay. Celis takes this moment to ask some hard questions about Rachel. Somewhere inside you were saving her, weren't you? But Locke just deflects. "That ribbon suits you," he says. Celis doesn't push any farther, and just says, "On with the show." At this point, Locke recommends that we check the score one last time, and if you read this book, it will tell us all of the lines that we need to memorize. The game is not going to memorize them for you. You're going to be asked to choose between two options during the performance, and you'll need to make the correct choices or you'll have to start over. The score also explains the end of the scene where you need to pick up the flowers and carry them to the top of a balcony. You'll only have a short window of time to do this. Once you're ready to go, pass through the curtains and out onto the stage. At first there's nothing but silence, but then the lights fade up on a fairly impressive looking set. The forces of the West fell, and Maria's castle was taken. Prince Rolse of the East took her hand by force, but she never stopped yearning for Draco. Now is when we need to make our first decision, and the first line is, "Oh my hero," so make sure to choose that. Celis' singing is a little bit shaky at first, but I honestly think that's intentional. Of course, the developers were working with 1990s technology, but if you listen, you can sort of hear Celis gaining confidence as the performance goes on, which is a really nice touch. This may just be an opera, but if you read into it a little bit, I think Maria's story could have several different interpretations. First, it sort of mirrors Locke's story arc. He's the one that's pining for his lost love, but really needs to move on because she's gone. For eternity, for me there can be only you, my chosen one. Or maybe it mirrors Celis's internal conflicts about Locke. Sure, he risked his life to save her from that South Figaro basement, but I don't care who you are. If your man is volunteering you to be bait in some sort of harebrained scheme to hijack an airship, that is a major red flag. Or maybe the opera is about Celis leaving her old life as an Imperial general behind. It really could mean a lot of different things. At this point, we need to do the dance, so talk to Draco, and then you need to talk to him whenever he stops moving. So follow him down here, then over to the left, and then you want to be on the stairs for the last position so that you can quickly climb up to the top of the balcony after grabbing the flowers. You do not want to waste time here. If you fail at this point, you'll have to start the entire thing over again. The rest of the opera may be open to interpretation, but this scene where Celis tosses the bouquet over the balcony absolutely foreshadows another scene that we may see later in the game, depending on how things go, where Celis reaches rock bottom and jumps from a cliff. We must part now, my life goes on, but my heart won't give you up. Ere I walk away, let me hear you say, I meant as much to you. I have to admit, it was very ambitious for the developers to include an entire opera within their already massive RPG. I'm sure that when the idea was first suggested, it sounded crazy, but it turns out that this is by far one of the most memorable parts of the game. As the scene wraps up, a shooting star floats by in the background, and then a man appears saying that Prince Ralse is looking for his dance partner. It's time for us to leave the past behind. And as the music quiets down, Celis takes one last look over the balcony and exits stage right. Next comes a choreographed dance number, and considering Celis just learned the steps a few moments ago, my girl is crushing it out there. She looks like a pro. As Celis twirls around her dance partner, Locke watches on from backstage. Despite the people who paid large sums of gold pieces to sit in the front row, it's arguable that he has the best seat in the house. Well done, Celis. Well done. As Locke steps away from the stage, he comes across the letter from Ultros. Now, I'm not sure what Ultros' beef is with the Impresario or Celis, but I guess he's hoping that by messing up the opera, he can somehow make us have a bad day. Well, whatever his motivation is, we've got to stop him. So head back to the Impresario and tell him what's up. As the camera quickly pans away, we're suddenly taken back into the opera. The survivors of the West attack. Impossible! As the attackers from the West start pouring onto the stage, the symphony changes from an easygoing waltz to a much more intense tune. The attack has begun. And then, Draco appears, riding on a chocobo. Now that's an entrance. Draco is back and Maria could not be more delighted. Of course, this poses a problem for Prince Ralse, considering that he's married to Maria and that sort of thing. So will Maria choose Draco, the man that she's always loved, or Prince Ralse, the man that offers her stability? Of course, she doesn't really get to choose. In this medieval farce, the two will choose for her by dueling to the death. As the duel begins on stage, the action switches back to the rest of our party as they wonder what Ultros might do to disrupt the opera. Well, considering he's a cartoon villain, he's going to use an oversized weight and drop it from above onto Celes. Luckily for us, it's going to take 5 minutes for Ultros to push that heavy weight onto the stage, at which point I guess if Celes is still standing in the exact same spot, she could be crushed. It will be game over if we run out of time, so I highly recommend equipping the sprint shoes, although they are not required to do this. You just won't be able to play around as much, and you probably shouldn't mess around with the wrong switches, including this one that drops you down onto the stage. It's kind of funny, but time's a-wasting. Now, if you do have the sprint shoes, 5 minutes is plenty of time. You don't have to defeat Ultros within the 5 minutes, you just have to get to him. And the first thing you need to do is to throw the switch on the far right side. Now, we've already pressed 2 of the other 3 switches, but the one in the middle is also funny. It turns off the lights and makes everyone in the audience look like Pac-Man ghosts. But that's the last of the wrong switches, so we'll throw the one on the far right, and that's going to give us access to the catwalk all the way over on the left side. So go past the Impresario and work your way over here to the left. Assuming you flip the switch on the right side, you'll be able to go through this door out onto the catwalks, and there are no random encounters here, but if you bump into one of those rats, you'll have to fight a battle. It is critical that we clear out the vermin, which is the lighter colored rat, first. If you kill all of the sewer rats but you haven't killed the vermin, then more sewer rats will show up, and you'll have to kill all of those too. You'll notice that because we're caught in a pincer attack here, that a lot of our attacks like the fire dance or Edgar's tools, which normally would hit all of the enemies on the battlefield, will only hit half of them. The fire dance is especially good here because the sewer rats are weak against fire, and for Edgar, you don't want to use the bioblaster. These guys are resistant or will absorb poison damage, so you definitely don't want to be using the bioblaster against them. Instead, stick to the auto crossbow or the flash. The flash is a non-elemental magic attack, so depending on whether Edgar is stronger at magic or at physical attacks, that should determine which one of those 2 tools to use. If you're smart, you can actually get past a lot of these rats without fighting them, but if you did get caught by this one, here's what the battle looks like. It's still the pretty typical vermin and sewer rat combination. Just like before, we want to focus on getting rid of the vermin enemy first. It's important to kill all of the vermin before you clear out the sewer rats so you don't have to fight extra enemies, which would take extra time. And we still have 2 whole minutes here, so if we did have to fight another wave of sewer rats, that would be okay. But we won't have to because we were able to clear out that vermin. And with just 1 sewer rat left, that's all there is to this fight. And let's make sure that everybody is fully healed before we take on Ultros. Celes was our primary healer, so we'll need to use items to restore our health here. I recommend using up all of your tonics before you start using potions. Those are more powerful in battle. Whenever you talk to Ultros, the timer will go away, and instead of pushing his comically large weight onto the stage, well, he'll just drop all of us down there. Well, it looks like Ultros may have had the effect he was going for, as we seem to have fallen on both of the heroes of the opera. Both Prince Ralse and Draco were flattened. Who will win the girl? Locke gets up and shakes his head as the audience begins to murmur. It's not every day that you see an octopus drop onto the stage in the middle of an opera. And that's when Locke does what Locke does best. He decides to improvise. Neither Draco nor Prince Ralse will save Celes. I, Locke, the world's premier adventurer, will save her. The audience cheers. They're into it. And when Ultros challenges us to a battle, they cheer even louder. Well, Might as well make the most of it. The symphony plays, and it's time to face Ultros once again. Believe it or not, Ultros is actually weaker this time than he was previously. The real key here is to not use Blitz or Sword Tech against Ultros. He'll counter with Acid Rain, which is one of his most powerful attacks. Instead, Sabin should just attack, his Fire Knuckle will deal big damage, and Edgar can use his Drill or Chainsaw. The way this battle is set up, Ultros is supposed to move around and do a different attack when he's in a different position, but he doesn't usually live long enough to do any of that. And once Ultros is defeated, it's at this moment that Setzer finally shows up. He spins Celis around, grabs her, and then takes off into the sky. Well, that was impressive. The impresario could not be more excited. Thinking she's Locke's new queen, Maria is instead nabbed by Setzer. What fate lies in store for her? Stay tuned for part 2. But unfortunately for us, we'll never get to see part 2, because as the curtain closes on Act 1 of the opera, our story continues in the sky. Setzer locks Celis in some sort of lounge. I guess at some point she changed clothes. She did that really fast. Well, you've really done it this time, Celis. You used to be a general, now you're some sort of hostage. Well, actually, it seems that the rest of our party managed to sneak aboard. Now, if you're wondering how they did that, it was actually really simple. They did it off screen. Not only are these guys on the ship, but they've managed to find the exact room where Celis is being held prisoner. And it seems if we just wait for a moment, there's our captor now. Setzer seems very upset, but he's the one that kidnapped the wrong woman. And I hate to say it, but if Maria was interested, he'd probably know by now. She's not that into you, man. As Setzer turns to walk away, he begins to see the truth. Maybe Maria's not interested in him, but here's another woman that looks a lot like her, and she just participated in an elaborate plot just to get on his airship. Maybe there's something there. Our plan seems to be going well so far, but Setzer hasn't committed just yet. We still need to convince him to take on the Empire. They try to appeal to Setzer's emotional side, and they try to appeal to his rational side. But in the end, there's only one person here that can possibly get Setzer to do anything. And that person is Celis. As a gambler, Setzer knows when the deck is stacked in his favor, and he decides to issue an ultimatum. Enough, he says. If Celis becomes my wife, I'll help. Obviously, Locke objects, but to be fair, Locke has a lot of baggage, and Setzer, well, he has an airship. Of course, Setzer has one other weakness: gambling. He just can't resist. Celis suggests that they settle this with a coin toss, and if it's heads, he'll have to help them. And otherwise, well, she'll become his wife, no questions asked. Now, if you've ever flipped a coin before, you know that you're supposed to call it in the air. That's the fairest way. If someone says, we're gonna flip a coin and you get heads, well, they may be doing something sketchy. And that's what's going on here. The coin has identical sides. If Sabin's in your party, he'll have a sudden realization. Could that have been the coin Edgar flipped on the day their father died? Would he do something like that? But instead of calling shenanigans after finding the trick coin, Setzer decides to go with it. My life is a chip in your pile, he says. Ante up. The party regroups up on the deck of the ship. It's dark outside. The blackjack looks like a crazy contraption, and Locke has a good question. could it crash? Setzer says that when things fall, they fall. It's all a matter of fate, and that definitely doesn't make anyone feel better. It seems that the ship is going to stick out like a sore thumb, so we'll have to land some distance away from our final destination, the city of Vector. But as long as the airship can get us over to the Vector continent, that will make a big difference. And that's where we're going to head next. Now, don't get too excited. We just did a lot of work to get this airship, but the game's not going to let us control it just yet. We're actually on a one-way trip to the Vector continent, and we'll need to complete all of the quests there before we'll be able to fly. We also don't get Setzer on the team just yet either. He'll stay back with the airship while the rest of the party infiltrates the Magitek research facility. The ship lands automatically outside of the town of Albrook, but if you go back inside the Blackjack, you can utilize a free inn, and there's even a store. The store sells warp stones, which is not something you'll find just anywhere, so that's pretty nice. And we can also take a look at the rest of the ship. This guy is willing to unequip all of the members of your party, or even just the members that aren't currently in your party, so that is extremely convenient. Make sure that everyone has the best possible equipment before we start adventuring. Also, don't forget to equip each character with an Esper. You'll do that in the skills menu, and for most characters, this is the only way that they'll learn spells, so make sure that each character has an Esper equipped. If you want to chat with Setzer, he's over on the left side here, right where he was before. So we can say hello to him, but he's not going to join the party right now, and he won't give us any additional options. You could also go up on the deck if you want to take a look, but the airship is not currently functional, so you won't be able to lift off. For now, we'll leave the Blackjack behind, and we'll head off into the Vector continent. Or based on the shape of it, it could be Australia. I guess we'll see. We'll save the game, and we'll start out with the city of Albrook. Albrook, the occupied city, is infested with Imperial troops. You'll even see 2 Magitek armors posted at the entrance. In the item shop, we'll see a lot of the same things that we could have purchased on board the Blackjack, but there's no different pricing, so feel free to buy your items wherever you want. This guy noticed that there must be something going on to the east because the Imperials have built quite a base over there. Interesting. If we head on into the cafe, which despite the fact that everyone seems to be drinking from beer bottles, is definitely not a bar. Don't be confused. The women working around the tables and the soldiers drinking their orange juice don't have a whole lot of interesting stuff to say, so you can just pass on through to the right, and once we go up and down these small stairs, we'll find another one of those grandfather clocks, and you guessed it, there's an elixir inside. Haha, take that, Empire. Now you don't know what time it is. The relic shop has some nice options, including the amulet, which can prevent the zombie status, in addition to darkness and poison. You'll probably want to pick up a few of them, but we won't need them right away. Over here in the middle of town, this woman tells us that Vector is located in the center of the continent, so that's good to know. And over on the far right, there's a barrel that contains a free potion. Here at the inn, we can spend the night for 300 gold pieces, but we just spent the night for free in our airship, so we're gonna pass for now. We can't get to the docks right now, but there are a couple of shops down here on the lower row, including an armor and weapon store. Here in the armor shop, we can purchase the white dress or ninja gear if we didn't buy those in Jidoor, and they also have the Bard's hat, which increases the wearer's MP by 12.5%. So that's really nice for our magic users. Over on the left side of the store are 2 very disappointing treasure chests. Sadly, they are both empty. And up here, we can talk to an old man who says that Emperor Geshtal asked him to paint his portrait. Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. I don't envy your position there. The last shop that we want to check out is the weapons store, and here you can purchase some throwing weapons for Shadow, but you can also get the EP, which is a decent sword for Celes. It'll also allow her to use her runic ability, so that's good to have. This guy tells us the story of the Atma weapons. Apparently there are 2 of them, and one of them is a vicious monster, while the other one is a powerful weapon. We'll encounter both of them later in the game. From Albrook, Vector is up and to the left, but there's a few other points of interest we're going to take a look at first. Before any of that, we have to face a Joker and a Ralph. Of the 2, the Joker is the more dangerous enemy, but neither of them is resistant to confusion, so Edgar's Noise Blaster is very effective here. If the Joker gets to its second turn, there's a 66% chance that it would use Acid Rain against the party, which would deal additional damage over time and is one of its more powerful attacks. Across this desert, over on the east side of the map, is the Imperial Base we heard a guy talking about in town. That base is currently crawling with Imperial soldiers, and they're just going to throw us out if we go in there, so we're not going to go there right now, but we will need to come back later. Here in the desert we have a Fossil Fang, which we've seen before, but it's paired with 3 bug enemies, and those are new. The bugs are not particularly threatening unless you were to leave one of them alone on the battlefield, then it would gain the ability to petrify one of our party members, but with the Fossil Fang in the mix, it's unlikely that you're going to leave a bug alone there, so you don't have to worry too much about that. We need to stay on top of which of our characters are getting close to leveling up so that we can make sure that they are equipped with an Esper that will provide a bonus when they actually do level up. You may have noticed that Locke is getting very close, so let's try equipping him with the Siren Esper. That will give him a 10% HP bonus whenever he levels, so we'll see how that plays out here in a moment. We're going to start walking towards the city of Tzen, and this time we've encountered 2 wyverns and a Ralph. Of course we've seen the Ralph before, but we haven't seen these wyverns yet. Of all the monsters on this continent, the wyverns are the most dangerous. If you leave one of them alone on the battlefield, it will have a 33% chance of using its cyclonic attack, which will reduce all of our party members' hit points down to critical levels. It's like a mass weakness. And now there's only one of them left, so we need to kill it fast. Hopefully a couple hits from Celes will do it, and we escaped getting cyclonic this time. And it appears that Locke also gained that level. Nice! He only had around 390 hit points before, and now he's up to 451? That is quite a jump. It looks like that Siren Esper really did the trick. Of course, hit point bonuses are fine, but what we really need for Locke is something that's going to boost his vigor, and we will get an Esper like that eventually. It's worth noting that some of the monster configurations that you see over in this part of the Vector continent are a little bit different than the ones you'll see closer to Vector City or over on the western side. It's mostly the same monsters, but some of the configurations are different, and there's a monster called Weed Feeders. They'll be in the mix when you get closer to Vector, so definitely keep that in mind as you're walking around here. Here we have those wyverns again, and it looks like we unintentionally left one alone on the battlefield, and this time we got unlucky and it did the cyclonic. Now hopefully we can finish off this wyvern before it can hit us again, but you can see that it left our party in a very bad position, and now we're going to need to do a bunch of healing. Celis and Sabin leveled up after that battle, and they were equipped with the Stray and Siren Espers respectively. So you'll see now when we look at their statuses that Celis's magic power is up to 42, and you can see Edgar's getting close to leveling, and Sabin now has a max HP of 519. He is very beefy. Would you believe it's 2 wyverns and a Ralph again? Yeah, we're having a whole lot of that today, but it is an encounter that we'll see about 31% of the time over here, so it's not going to be terribly uncommon to hit it a couple times in a row. Something that I haven't mentioned yet is that if you steal from a Ralph, the rare item you can get is called the Tiger Mask, and that's actually a pretty decent helmet. The Tiger Mask can only be equipped by Sabin or Gao, but in addition to providing 21 defense and 13 magic defense, it adds +1 stamina, +2 speed, and +3 vigor, so it is a very good prize indeed. Probably worth trying to steal one of those, even if it's a bit of a long shot. Well, it looks like we get another crack at trying to steal a Tiger Mask. We'll have Locke try to capture from the Ralph, and then we'll battle the rest of these wyverns, and hope that if we leave one by itself that it doesn't cyclonic us. Unfortunately, Locke stole a tonic from the Ralph, and you can only steal 1 item per enemy, so we will not be getting the Tiger Mask this time. The rare item that you can steal from the wyverns is the Dragoon Boots, and that was an item we were trying to get back in Zozo. We did manage to get one there, so would rather get a Tiger Mask right now, but if you manage to steal a Dragoon Boots from a wyvern, that's a pretty good steal on its own. Okay, Edgar is getting dangerously close to leveling up, so let's give him the Stray Esper, which will increase his magic power. We're probably going to build Edgar as more of a physical attacking character, but still, some of his tools do utilize magic power, so having more magic is not the worst. We haven't faced any enemies in a forest yet, so let's try to take a battle over in this one before we go into town. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chicken lips. Chicken lips are weak against ice magic, which Celis naturally knows, and they like to attack in large groups, but of course the true danger with chicken lips is if you were to leave one of them alone on the battlefield, it would suddenly gain the ability to use the Quake spell 33% of the time, and that could deal big damage to our entire party. It looks like Locke learned the Cure spell, and it would be good for most of our characters to know that one. And Edgar also leveled up, so before we make another move, we'll switch up the Espers a bit. And Locke is going to be the next character to level up, at least I'm pretty sure that he will be, unless he dies or something. So we will equip him with the Stray Esper for now, so that he can also get a little bit of extra magic power that will make his curative magic pack a bit more punch. We'll save the game, and once we're done playing Final Fantasy the menus, we'll head on up into the town of Tzen. Here we have another sad occupied town under oppressive Imperial rule. Coming to the town of Tzen is completely optional, but the highlight of the visit is the weapon shop. Here we can buy a special weapon for Locke, the Boomerang, that has 102 battle power and deals full damage from the back row. Pretty sweet. It's fairly similar to the Full Moon that he was equipped with before, just stronger. The armor shop is a bit less exciting, featuring a lot of equipment that we've seen before, but if you still need to pick up a ninja gear or a white dress for your party, now would be the time to do it. Outside in the town, we'll meet a very rude soldier in a Magitek armor, and an old man that warns about an enemy called the Guardian. Yeah, the Guardian is put in front of places that they don't want you to enter, so if you ever meet the Guardian, you probably should run away. There's a woman blocking the entrance to a house, and she's not going to move, so we won't be able to get in there right now. And over here we see a fairly run-of-the-mill relic shop, but if you need something like a running shoes or an amulet, they got you. The inn here in Tzen is fairly expensive at 350 gold pieces per night, but there doesn't seem to be a better option anywhere nearby, so we'll happily pay it. After a good night's sleep, the only thing we really haven't seen yet here in the town of Tzen is the item shop, and it's not extremely notable. Just a lot of the same things that we've seen before, but if you need supplies, you could purchase them here. And that's all there really is to see in this town right now. Over here in the forest where we fought the chicken lips, you can find a hidden chocobo stable. And as long as you're willing to spend 100 gold pieces, we can rent a bird that we can ride around the continent on. There's another optional town that we can visit here on the Vector continent, and it's all the way over in the southwest corner. It's a bit of a hike to walk there, but with the chocobo, it's really no problem. So we'll just take a ride past this small desert, and you just want to keep heading down this way until you find this light green patch of grass, and then we can just sort of follow that down, and it will take us all the way to the town of Maranda. Now, we have heard tale of the town of Maranda before. This is the one that Celis allegedly torched. And this sad imperial backwater of a town does appear to be in pretty bad condition. So maybe it's true. Maybe Celis did raise this town. On the left side of town, we'll find the Maranda Armor Shop, and they do have something new here, the Mithril Mail, which has a nice 51 defense, but doesn't provide any additional benefits, so no extra stat boosts, so it's really nothing to write home about. And over here we have people betting on dogfights. How awful. Come on, people. Don't bet on dogfights. There's so many better things you could be doing for entertainment, like starting up the Squid Games or playing Magic the Gathering. Well, I guess after talking to these guys, we can chat with this woman over here behind the inn who tells us what we already know, and then we can check out the weapon shop where we can buy the Trident. This is a pretty good new weapon for Edgar. The only thing is that Edgar doesn't usually attack with weapons, he usually just uses his tools, so you may not really need this one. We'll buy it anyways though. There is one other noteworthy thing about the town of Maranda. You may remember that earlier in the game we were writing letters to a woman named Lola, and we can visit her in this tiny house. She doesn't have a lot to say to us, but that is the famous Lola that we sent so many carrier pigeons to. And with that, we'll leave the town of Maranda behind, and over here in this forest we can find another hidden chocobo stable, but not before facing 2 chicken lips, a wyvern, and a Ralph. Could this be the time that we steal the tiger mask? Nope, just a tonic. Now remember, we definitely don't want to leave a lot of these enemy types alone on the battlefield, so it would be good to damage all of them with attacks that hit them at the same time. The wyvern has a good bit more hit points than the others, so of course it's left behind, but a quick shot of ice will do the trick, and we got 3 magic points for that fight. Something you should know about magic points is that the number you get is based on the configuration of monsters that you're fighting. You don't get a particular number of magic points for each monster in the configuration. Hopefully that makes sense. It's not like we get 1 magic point for a Ralph, 1 for a wyvern, and 1 for each chicken lip. If we did, we would get 4 for that. No, we get 3 for that particular configuration, and that's just the number that we get. Each configuration of monsters is assigned a number of magic points, and some of them will award you with 0, so look out for that. And after a quick ride, we've come to our actual destination here on this continent. It's the capital city of Vector. We'll save outside and head on in. Well, this is it. We're really in the belly of the beast now. This is a bit of a public service announcement. It seems like the inn is free here, but if you use it, there's a 50-50 chance that you'll be robbed for 1,000 gold pieces overnight. So yeah, maybe don't sleep at the inn here. Oddly, there's 2 people canoodling in this large bed over here on the right side. Get a room, people. This is an inn after all. So if you don't want to risk losing 1,000 gold pieces at the inn, there could be a better way. Over here you'll meet a young child that will cast cure magic on you. So that is something. But that's not the free inn that we were really looking for. We'll find that in a minute. First, let's take a look at this armor shop. Headband, bard's hat, mithril vest, white dress. Yep, that's an armor shop, alright. Nothing to see there, let's just head on out. And then we're going to go over here where we can check out the Vector weapon shop, and if you've seen the other weapon shops on this continent, you won't find anything new here. So we did check out those other cities, so the shops here in Vector, less impressive. In this tiny house, an old woman asks us to pledge our allegiance to the Empire. How about no? Well, when you say no, you'll be attacked by 2 guards, but these are level 5 enemies that we were fighting at the very beginning of the game. They don't stand a chance against us now, and in fact we hit them for over 10 times their maximum hit points. Once those enemies have been dispatched, now whenever we talk to this old lady, she will heal our entire party, so she's like a recovery spring. So that's what you want to do instead of using the inn here in town. Just talk to the old lady in the little house and she'll fix you up. There's a few more people to talk to up here in the top part of town, but you don't want to go too far up or you'll start running into enemies. These Garms and Commandos are a bit of a preview of some of the enemies we're going to face once we get inside the Magitek Factory. So we'll see how we stack up. Both enemy types here are weak against water and lightning type attacks. We don't have a whole lot of those other than the Ramu spells that we may have learned, but the Fire Dance and the other attacks that we use all the time will work just fine. These guys really don't have that many hit points. If you pick any fights with the enemies up here in the northern part of town, once you're done, you'll retreat all the way back down here to the town entrance. So that's not where we need to go. We can head back over to the old lady's house to get our hit points and magic points restored. We'll just do that real quick. But the place we actually need to go here in town is over on the right side. We're looking for an old man that's hiding behind a crate. You may have seen him when we walked past. There he is. This guy has not only heard of us, but is willing to create a diversion so that we can sneak into the facility. This could be a trap, but if we tell this guy that we're ready, he will do exactly what he said he would. As the old man makes a scene in front of the soldiers, what we need to do is head on up onto the crates, where we'll be able to climb up onto these steel girders, and these will take us over to the right side of town. From there, we'll be able to escape into the Magitek research facility. And that's it. The way we need to go is right up here. The inside of the Magitek Factory is a legit dungeon, so be ready for random monster encounters. A lot of the enemies here have high defense, so we'll change up Celis's relics so that she can focus more on magic. There are a lot of treasures to grab in here, so we'll start out by heading to the left where we can pop into this pipe, and we've encountered our first monsters of the factory, but it's the same Garms and Commandos that we fought back in the city. Unlike other dog-type enemies, the Garms do not run away when they're the only enemy left on the battlefield. Instead, they could possibly use a new attack called Program 95, and that one can confuse your party members, so you'd rather not leave the Garms alone. Commandos also have a special attack when they're left alone called Program 65, but that one only makes characters become silenced, so it's not quite as devastating. Locke leveled up, earning the bonus from the Stray Esper, so we'll switch the Stray Esper over to Celis to make sure that she'll be able to get that bonus whenever she levels up, and we'll give Sabin Siren for the moment so that he can enjoy some extra HP. After riding on this conveyor belt, we'll find the first elemental sword in this dungeon, but there are several of these. The Flame Saber is the one imbued with fire magic, and it has a 25% chance to cast the fire spell whenever you attack with it. These elemental sabers are all pretty much the same. They have 108 battle power and grant a +2 bonus to magic. After riding a crane over here to the right, we can go through this pipe where we'll find a chest containing a tincture, and then we can go into this pipe where we'll travel down this conveyor belt into the lower part of the upper factory. X potions are always nice to pick up. They can restore a character's health completely. And now we found the Thunder Blade, so that is the lightning variety. It has a 25% chance to cast a bolt whenever you attack with it, so it's just like the other swords, just the thunder version. You may have noticed that all 4 of the enemy types that you could potentially encounter in this part of the factory are weak against lightning attacks. That's why they have a yellow L in their weakness box. So equipping the Thunderblade is a very good idea. These elemental swords can be wielded by Locke, Edgar, or Celis, but we gave the Thunderblade to Locke because he's the only one of the 3 that doesn't have better magic to be using. Now you're probably wondering, where's the ice sword at? And it's called the Blizzard, and we're going to find it over here on the right side. But first we have to face 5 Pipsqueaks. Like all the other enemies in this part of the factory, these Pipsqueaks have very high physical defense, so you'll want to use magic against them. Unlike the other enemies in this area, they don't get any special attacks whenever they're left alone on the battlefield, so you don't have to worry about that. Over here between these crates you'll find an entrance to this pipe, and then down here is where we'll find the Blizzard, which is the ice elemental sword. We'll give it to Edgar for now. Over here on the right we'll also find the Zephyr Cape, which is a relic that increases evasion. In this game there's a bug that makes evasion not work, but the bonus you get from the Zephyr Cape is an exception to this rule and actually does make you better at evading. But enough about the Zephyr Cape. Here we have 2 proto armors, and you guessed it, we want to use magic against these guys. Their special, which is called Program 35, just deals extra damage. And believe it or not, if you were to silence a proto armor, that would stop it from using its Magitek laser. Both Sabin and Celis leveled up after that battle, so we'll take a look at their status. And we can see that the next person to level up is going to be Edgar. So it's time to shift some Espers around once again. I would say that it is more important to make sure that your characters are equipped with the proper Espers whenever they level up so that they get those bonuses than it is to worry about which spells they're learning. You'll learn all the spells that you need to learn eventually, but if you miss out on those level up bonuses, each time it's a little bit harder to level up your characters again, so you're missing out on an important opportunity. In a lot of ways, I kind of feel like if you don't level up with a proper Esper bonus, it's almost like you didn't level up at all. Yeah, you'll get a little bit more hit points and magic points, and yes, your level is a multiplier that increases the damage you deal in combat, but getting extra stat boosts, that's where it's at. Honestly, after leveling up just a few times with the Esper bonuses, your characters will become noticeably more powerful. Down here we see Kefka, and just like a Bond villain, he can't help but tell us what his evil plan is. He wants to collect Espers, but he also wants to do something called restoring the statues. I wonder what that's all about. Kefka callously kicks 2 wounded Espers down into a garbage chute, and then cackles to himself. Yeah, we really need to put a stop to this clown. But whenever we emerge from behind the crate, Kefka is nowhere to be found, so we'll take this small elevator up onto this ledge and continue our treasure hunt. Here we have the 2 proto-armors again. These guys are weak against lightning, so use Bolt if you have it. And it looks like we stole the rare Mithril mail from them. Not bad. I don't recommend making basic attacks against these guys because not only do the proto-armors have high defense, but they could potentially counter you with some really nasty attacks. You do not want to be a part of that. Now that Locke knows the Cure spell, he can take over the responsibility of curing the party between battles. He wasn't really using his magic points anyways, and now Celes can save hers for using magical attacks in battle. Down here at the bottom of the map, you can go through a door and you'll find a hidden chest that contains the gold armor. This armor provides 55 defense and 37 magic defense, so it will be a very nice upgrade for someone. 2 Garms, 1 Commando. Remember, we would rather leave the Commando by himself than the Garm if we can avoid it, but we are going to use a lot of magical attacks that are just going to hit the entire enemy group, so we don't really have to worry too much about it. The Fire Dance and the Bio Blaster will be enough. Is it a little bit ironic that in this dungeon where you need to use magic attacks against everything that Edgar and Sabin are our 2 best characters? Well, in any case, down here in the lower left corner we'll find the gold helmet, another nice upgrade, and we'll make sure to equip it. And as we head back up through the door, we have a back attack with 2 proto-armors. Ouch! We got a bit of a break and Celes blocked one of their attacks, but it does look like Edgar's taking a bit of a beating up there at the top. His flash can deal almost enough damage to finish both of these guys on its own, and Locke, well, he only dealt 30 damage to the enemy he hit, but he did steal a potion, so hey, at least he contributed something. Sabin's Fire Dance will left, down, right our way to the end of this battle. And it looks like several of our characters learned some more spells, so that's good news. And we're going to head up here through this door, where we'll encounter some pipsqueaks. A lot of our characters have their magic enhanced by earrings, and these pipsqueaks don't have a whole lot of HP, but it's still pretty embarrassing that it looks like Edgar just takes a photograph of them and they suddenly all die. For our troubles, we earned 3 magic points, and we learned a ton of new spells. Now Sabin can also cast Cure, so he can share in the responsibilities with Locke. We snagged a pair of Dragoon boots from the chest over on the left, and although we were able to steal a pair of those earlier in the game, if you weren't able to get a set yet, you'll definitely be able to get one there. Oh no, not the pipsqueaks. We can have Celes cast a Bolt against all of them, and that was just Bolt level 1 spread out across 5 enemies. That was still enough to fry those guys. Let's give Sabin a shot at curing the party, and then we can rearrange our Espers for the next round of level ups. We still don't want to be trying too hard to level up our characters. It's nice that we're getting Esper bonuses now, but we're still not getting the best Esper bonuses, so we may want to hold out for those. There's also the fact that whenever we get new characters, their starting level will be based on the average of our existing characters' levels, and we would rather that those new characters start out at lower levels than higher ones, so that we'll have the opportunity to level them up with Espers as well. Anyways, don't miss the gold shield in the upper area, and once you have it, we're going to start heading back the same way that we came. And here it's those 5 pipsqueaks again. These guys just won't give up. Use whatever you want to fry these guys. It looks like this time it's going to be the fire dance, and I'm going to assume that that will be enough to kill all these guys. And yes, it will. Now that those vermin have been cleaned up, we can go back to what we were doing. We'll go down the stairs, and then we're going to head up this way to complete the loop. We'll hop onto this conveyor belt, and that's going to take us back to the area behind the crates where we saw Kefka before. Instead of riding the elevator, this time we're going to go straight down, but first we're going to have to take care of 2 Garms and another Commando. Will we be able to defeat them this time? Who knows, but we'll have Edgar use Flash, we'll have Celis cast Bolt, we'll have Sabin use the Fire Dance, and Locke, well, he can try to capture that Commando, but it's probably going to be unnecessary because the Bolt was enough, and now those enemies are no more. From here, it's into the garbage chute, Flyboy, and after a very long fall, we land quite softly on some metal rollers, and before we bother those 2 Espers, we should go through this door where we'll find a save point. A tent is just what we needed to restore everyone's magic points. It restores their hit points too, but let's face it, it's the magic points that are important here. Let's set up our equipment for the next boss. The most important thing is that Celis has a proper sword so that she can use her runic ability, and we're also going to give her the running shoes so that she can get that runic online quickly and keep it up for the entire battle. Once you're all ready to go, head down here and try to talk to this guy to start the battle. This is Ifrit and Shiva. But you won't fight them both at the same time. Instead, they attack tag team style. If we damage this guy 5 times, he'll switch places with Shiva, but we only need to defeat one of the 2 bosses. That means if we hit this guy hard enough, we can defeat him without ever seeing the other boss. Locke should just defend here, or he can use potions to cure the party. Celis needs to keep runic active so that she can absorb Ifrit's fire magic. Those are his best attacks. Our ace in the hole here is Edgar. Edgar's chainsaw and drill both ignore Ifrit's defense, so we don't have to worry about that 215 defensive score. The chainsaw just goes right through. There's a 25% chance that the chainsaw will attempt to use an instant death attack, and that's not going to do anything to Ifrit, but it does deal more damage than the drill does, so you'll probably need to use the chainsaw at least a couple times before you start using the drill to make sure that you deal enough damage. If you don't have Edgar, Cayenne's Sword Tech level 1 also ignores defense, so you may be able to make it work with that. Now, if you want to see how to fight Shiva, she's almost the exact same boss, just with ice magic instead of fire. She has fewer hit points than Ifrit, but not by much. But you may be able to defeat this boss a little bit more easily because Sabin's Fire Dance is extremely effective here. If you use regular magic 3 times against either of these bosses, they're going to counter with their most powerful spell, so you should definitely be ready to runic that if you plan to use magic. After a couple of fire dances and a few of Edgar's drills, Shiva goes down. But there is one other way to defeat this boss. Whenever the bosses are changing places, it's possible to run away. You'll need to be ready to do this. As soon as you deliver the 5th hit, start holding L and R, and you'll see Ifrit switches for Shiva, and just as she appears, our party escapes. And if you run away, that's considered a win here. With the bosses defeated, they know that they don't have much longer to live. So they transform into Magicite and grant us their powers. Shiva can teach ice magic, but she'll also teach us Cure and Osmose, which can steal magic points from enemies. Osmose is more powerful than Rasp, which just makes enemies lose magic points, but there are a few corner cases where you wouldn't want to use Osmose because it would actually work in reverse, but those are the only times when you would want to use Rasp instead. Ifrit is even better. He teaches us fire magic as well as Drain, which can steal HP from enemies, but he will allow you to gain a point of vigor whenever you level up. So we've been looking for an Esper that can raise our strength. This is the only room in the game, other than the Veld, where you'll meet a Flawn. These classic Final Fantasy enemies usually require magic to defeat, but this one actually only has 13 defense, so it's really not that big of a deal. However, when you kill the first Flawn, 2 more will appear in its place, and whenever you defeat those 2, we'll have to face 3 more Flawn. But that's okay. Sabin's Fire Dance will roast these guys no matter how many of them are on the screen. And really, we have plenty of attacks that can deal with these enemies at this point. If you're trying to meet all the monsters in the game, you'll want to bump into at least one Flawn down here. And if you want to, you could use the save room again before moving on, and we can also readjust our equipment. We did put on some special stuff just for that boss fight, so we'll put our normal items back on. So after a few quick adjustments, we'll head back into the save room. There are no monsters in the save room, so you don't have to worry about encounters in here, and I don't think that we need a tent this time. Instead, we'll just have Celis cure the party, and then she can use a sleeping bag to restore her magic points. So that's what we'll do this time, and we'll quickly save the game, and then we'll get back to our journey. Pass through the garbage dump over to the door labeled E on the map, and that brings us to this stairwell, where we'll meet some slightly different monster encounters. These generals are probably a bit tougher than the pipsqueaks we've been plowing through, and much like the other enemies in this area, they're strong against physical attacks, so we'll want to use magic type ones. On the other hand, they don't do a whole lot. Their bio attack, you'd think it would inflict poison on our party, but no, it just inflicts sap, which does deal damage over time like poison does, but it doesn't last after the battle is over. We barely took any damage at all in that last battle, so we'll keep climbing the stairs, and this time we'll face 3 trappers. Trappers might try to put the reflect status on our party. Oh no! And they also could use these level-specific lore magics. Level 5 Death, Level 4 Flare, and Level 3 Muddle. Those will only affect characters who have levels that are divisible by that number, but it could be devastating if all of our party members are on the same level. Luckily, right now, most of our party members are level 17, which is a prime number, and that means that none of those magics will work against us. So, good luck, trappers. Level 4 Flare would work against Celis because she's level 16, but she's the only one that's vulnerable and only to that specific spell. Of course, in this room we'll face different enemies altogether. These are Gobblers and a Rhinox. The Gobblers may try to mute our characters, and if left alone on the battlefield, they may use their Shim Sham attack, which can reduce a character's hit points by 50%. Rhinoxes absorb lightning, so that last attack was counterproductive, but when they're left alone on the battlefield, they may try to cast Life 3, but it doesn't have enough magic points, so it won't work. Oh, sorry Rhinox. Celis leveled up after that battle and now has 41 magic power, which is almost as much as Realm. Nice. Over here at the bottom of the screen we can find a hidden chest that contains the Break Blade, and this is a sword that could occasionally petrify enemies, and it also has no elemental properties, which could be good for the next fight. And just so you know, if you petrify an enemy in this game, it essentially dies. Enemies don't use soft potions on themselves and start fighting again. Here we have 2 Rhinoxes, and you can see that because there are only Rhinoxes on the battlefield, it tried to use Life 3, but it was unsuccessful because it didn't have enough magic points. Now this is fixed in later versions of the game, so these guys actually can re-raise themselves, but in this one, it's just a wasted turn. These guys have 800 hit points, but still aren't that dangerous, and when there are only Rhinoxes on the battlefield, they won't be able to use their attack that inflicts poison. The next boss is an android called Number 24, and we need to destroy this thing quickly before Cell absorbs him and achieves his perfect form. We'll make sure that everybody's all healed up before the battle, and we'll have Celis and Edgar equip running shoes so that they have a permanent haste effect. If you don't have Edgar, Cayenne with his sword tech level 1 could be your best bet here, and you'll want to make sure that he has a non-elemental weapon. 33% of the time, Number 24 starts with an attack called Overflow, which can confuse one of our characters, and he did it on Celis, which was a potential disaster considering she's wielding the Break Blade and might have petrified members of our party. She quickly hit herself and is no longer confused, so we got lucky this time, but that could have been a massive problem. We want to hit this boss hard at the very beginning of the battle before he starts using Wall Change. Wall Change will give him a random weakness, and we'll be able to figure out what that weakness is whenever we see what kind of attack the boss uses. So if he uses a fire attack, then he's weak against ice. If he uses a lightning attack, he's weak against water, etc., etc. Edgar's drill or chainsaw ignores all of that, so once again, that's going to be the key to winning this battle. If you're having trouble with this boss, after 3 of those wall changes, it's going to stop attacking, so all you really need to do is survive long enough, and you should be able to just beat it down and finish it off. Of course, if you've been learning some spells from the Espers that we've obtained, there may be a better way to defeat this boss. This guy's vulnerable to the Imp spell, and if you use Imp on him, it takes away a lot of his most dangerous attacks. So we'll start with that one. But he's also vulnerable to Sleep, which is really going to slow him down. So we can just keep casting Sleep on this guy. He'll lose the Sleep status whenever you hit him, but it'll take him a while to recover. One last thing I want to mention here is that if you're very lucky and you get the rare steal, which is a 1 in 8 chance whenever you make a successful steal, you can get a weapon called the Drainer, which sounds good in theory. It's a sword with 121 battle power, and whenever you hit enemies with it, you'll absorb hit points and the attacker will gain that much health. The problem is, you can't deal more damage than you can heal, so a character with full health won't be dealing any damage, and this weapon can backfire against undead enemies, so overall, I don't think it's worth trying to save and reload over and over again just to get the Drainer, but if you do happen to get it, it's kinda cool. And there you can see the problem with using the chainsaw against this guy versus the drill. Every now and again, Edgar will attempt to instant kill the boss and it will just miss, whereas the drill will always hit. The drill just doesn't deal as much damage each time, so it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. It's hard to say which is better here. After you send Number 24 to the scrap heap, You'll want to make sure that the party has been healed and that everybody has the proper Espers equipped. And then we'll head through into this room, which doesn't have any monsters in it, but this is where the Empire has been keeping its Espers, trapped as prisoners inside glass tubes. With very little time left to live, the Espers in the tubes react to the Magicite crystals we're already carrying and become Magicite themselves. Sid rushes into the room and he immediately understands. For years he had been leading the Empire's Magitek program, but he'd been doing it all wrong. Only when Espers become Magicite can they truly transfer their power. The 6 crystals burst from their glass prisons and surround our party. And that's when we add 6 new pieces of Magicite to our collection. And a couple of these are some good ones too. They include Maduin, which can teach our party Tier 2 elemental magic, as well as Bismarck, which adds +2 strength whenever we level up. Sid accuses Celis of being a spy, and although she denies it, it's obvious that Locke doesn't trust her. Are we being deceived? Is Celis really going to hand over our Magicite shards to Kefka? No, Celis would never do that. But after all they've been through, knowing that Locke doesn't trust her, well, that hurt more than anything. Kefka was tired of waiting. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 Magitek armors that immediately decimated our party. It looked like all was lost. This time, Celis would protect Locke. With the room bathed in purple light, she raised her arms to the sky and summoned a magical power from deep within herself, a spell that she had never used before. And with a flash of light, Kefka, the Magitek armors, and Celis were gone. When push came to shove, Celis had sacrificed herself to save us. Locke wasn't sure which was more agonizing, the grief that he felt for losing her, or the guilt that he felt for not trusting her all along. Sid says that our fighting caused the capsules in here to rupture, but I'm pretty sure that they ruptured whenever the Magicite crystals burst out of them. Sid feels used by the Empire, and he's tired of bloodshed. He's going to give the Emperor a good talking to, and make him put a stop to this stupid war. Is that how things work? You can just tell the Emperor to stop the war and he'll do it? Well, it's worth a try, I guess. If you're trying to get all of Gao's rages or see all the monster encounters in the game, I highly recommend saving the game here. In this next section, there are 2 types of mag rotors. There's purple ones and red ones, and the red ones are slightly less common. If you don't see any red ones, you can reset and reload the game, and then I recommend changing who is your party leader. For me, having no one as the party leader worked well. We also just got some new Espers, so I highly recommend giving somebody Phantom before the next part. We'll use that on the boss, and you may want to equip someone with Shoat because that's an option as well. For level up bonuses, we'll give Locke Bismarck, which will grant +2 Vigor upon leveling up, and we'll give Sabin Maduin, which will give him +1 magic power if he levels up. Here we have a purple mag rotor. This type is weak against fire and resistant to ice magic. It also will use ice type magic against us, and every second turn it will use a tier 2 ice spell 66% of the time. Of course, that's assuming that it would live long enough to get a second turn, and in my experience, that almost never happens. We're going to fight a total of 5 battles before the boss, and this time we've drawn 2 purple mag rotors. Just like before, these ones are weak against fire, but they're not very powerful in general, so most of our attacks will be good against them. You do want to be using magic against the purple mag rotors though, because they naturally have the protect status, which weakens physical attacks against them, but magic attacks are very powerful. Here we have the elusive red mag rotor. This one is weak against ice and will use fire type magic against us, but it doesn't have the protect status. Instead, red mag rotors have haste, which makes them a little bit faster. Of course, it wasn't fast enough for us. Even with the haste, that guy did a whole lot of nothing. And out here, we're back to the Mode 7 minecart. Back in the 90s, this was pretty cool. There were not a lot of real 3D video games, so this was about as close as it came. If you squint your eyes from far away, it looks a little bit like the minecart sequence from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. So, just use your imagination. And you can also use Sabin's fire dance to very quickly wipe out those purple mag rotors. That leaves just one more battle before the boss. Will it be the purple mag rotors again? Or maybe the single purple mag rotor? Nope, it's the two purple mag rotors, and we got a preemptive attack, so these guys don't have a prayer. Locke hits them and stole a shuriken, so that's cool. And Sabin cleans him up with the fire dance. And that's all she wrote for the monsters on the minecart. The next encounter will be the boss. This next boss is an abomination called number 128, and it comes with the left blade and right blade, which appear to be attached to the boss, but you need to dispatch them separately. Well, you don't actually have to get rid of the left and right blade. You only need to defeat the main part of the boss to win this fight. The trick to this battle is if you clear both the left blade and the right blade at the same time, the boss will make itself faster, and then it will use some very powerful attacks, including one called Blaster, which can instant death one of your party members. That is bad news. It's totally fine to destroy one of the two blades, and you won't have to worry about the boss getting more powerful when you do that. And I highly recommend summoning Phantom so that you get that fader effect, which will give everyone the clear status. When your guys are clear, they will not be hit by physical attacks, but if the boss uses some sort of magic against them, that will reveal that particular party member. Sabin was hit by the boss's net spell, which not only revealed him, but it also stopped him, so our other two party members are going to have to pick up the slack. And now Locke's been revealed, but Edgar is still safe. Edgar's chainsaw and drill with their defense ignoring properties are very good against this guy, and you'll want to try to steal with Locke, because if you're very lucky you could get the Tempest, which is an excellent weapon for Cayenne. An alternate strategy you can use is to cast Shote's summon magic, which is called Demon Eye, and Demon Eye will petrify all enemies, and that actually can kill the left blade and the right blade at the same time. And for some reason, when you do this early on in the battle, sometimes number 128 doesn't immediately do its haste thing, so you can actually get away with this. With the blades out of the way, we'll have a few turns where we can just beat up on the main boss, but they will respawn eventually if we don't defeat the boss quickly enough. Now, I know you want to see what happens when this boss actually goes berserk, so now that one of the blades has respawned, if we kill it, then the boss will do its haste and more powerful attacks. So we'll see if we can make that happen here. Maybe if we're lucky with Sabin's Aura Bolt. And yes, there it is. So here's what happens normally when you clear out the two blades. there's the haste spell, and now the boss has access to some more powerful attacks. Or at least it did until that other blade came back. Now it's just fast, so we don't have to worry about the blasters, and we should be able to win this fight in short order. So that's an alternate strategy you can try out if you have the Shote Esper equipped. Now, once number 128 is defeated, you might think that you're safe, but we're not safe, so don't get complacent just yet. If you need to do some healing, do it now, and when we walk up to this save point, you could use a tent if you want to, but we need to make sure to save the game because there are random encounters here. Some of our characters leveled up so we can change our Espers. The Phantom and Shote Espers will teach us the Vanish and Doom spells respectively, so if you're interested in using that combo, you may want to equip those Espers, and I highly recommend that you equip someone with the Bismarck Esper because we will use it on the next boss. We don't have to walk very far, but like I mentioned before, there are random monster encounters here, and this is a chaser. Now, whenever we clear out this chaser, it will be replaced with either some commandos or some trappers, and we won't know what it is until we kill off that first enemy. It's the trappers this time. Trappers are not particularly threatening unless all of your characters happen to be at exactly level 20 or some other number that is especially vulnerable to their lore attacks. But with the fire dance and some of Edgar's tools, we can quickly clear them out. To get out of here, keep following the tracks, and don't forget to keep tabs on how many experience points you need for your characters to level up, so that you know when you need to switch around your Espers. And here we have another chaser, but is this going to be the one that drops the trappers again, or will it be the one that drops commandos? We'll find out here in just a moment once we clear this guy out. Locke wasn't able to steal, but all we would have been able to get was a Bio Blaster, which we definitely don't need. And here it's the trappers again. So Saban's fire dance should clear them out quickly. And we'll take our experience points and our 2 magic points and we'll keep on walking this way. Once we get down here, we're almost in the clear, and there's Setzer. Once Setzer comes running up to us, we won't have to face any more random monster encounters, but we're definitely not safe just yet. We still need to defeat one more boss. Well, it looks as if Kefka is still very much alive. I thought that Celis's spell might have vaporized him, but I guess we couldn't be that lucky. And now he's activating some sort of diabolical machine? From atop the tallest tower in Vector, 2 massive cranes rise up. Now, that's a nice idea, Kefka, but there's no way that those stationary cranes would ever have a chance to catch an agile vehicle like the Blackjack. Right? Right, Setzer? He couldn't possibly catch us with that thing, could he? No, that is exactly what's about to happen. We have to fight the cranes. These 2 cranes may appear to be mirror images of each other, but they are not the same. The right crane is weak against lightning, while the left crane absorbs it. They're both weak against water though, so Bismarck's Sea-Song magic is excellent here. It even hits both cranes despite us being in a pincer attack. If you use lightning against the left crane or fire against the right crane, it will not only absorb that attack, but it will start ticking up a counter, and if that counter ever gets to 3, it will unleash a very powerful counterattack, so don't do that. With 1 crane left, it'll cast Tech Barrier, which gives it Reflect and Protect. Now let's talk about how to manipulate Setzer's slots. The game is programmed so that against most bosses you won't be able to get the 777 on the slot machine, which can automatically win the battle. But if you use an echo screen and then start up the slots during the echo screen's animation, that can make the reels become suddenly fair. Keep pausing and unpausing until you're paused on a chocobo that's right next to the first 7. Then you're going to unpause and quickly press the button at the same time. That should get you your first 7. Now we're going to do it again on the second reel. There's the chocobo and the 7. On the last one though, you're looking for an airship near a gray dragon. So that's the one right there. That'll get you your third 7, and then press the button again to activate Joker Doom. And we've instantly won. That trick will work against most bosses, but for a few of them you'll need a different Joker Doom trick, which I'll reveal later on in the guide. With the Espers released from the Magitek research facility, it's time to go back to Zozo and check on Terra. Setzer hasn't met Terra yet, but he's about to, and luckily we don't have to hike all the way through the city of Zozo again. We will simply be taken right to Terra's room. That's good news. The party surrounds Terra's bedside, and just as Ramu had predicted, one of the Espers that we liberated from the Magitek research facility respawns with Terra. Terra can feel that the essence within that magicite crystal is her father. Did Ramu know all along? I'm not sure, but Terra says that she was raised in the Esper world, and then we see this memory, which contradicts that entirely. But this memory isn't Terra's. It can't be. Most of these events took place before she was born. No, this is the memory of the Esper Maduin. Maduin is one of our more powerful Esper allies, capable of teaching us Tier 2 elemental magic. But here we see that he's not just some sort of creature, he's very human-like, and he has one heck of a ponytail. Maduin is the Esper gatekeeper, which just means he's the one in charge of the gate that leads to the human world. And tonight, that gate will be breached. The Esper Elder senses an ill omen this evening, and whenever we head towards the center of town, we'll see a young woman lying in a heap. It's none other than the material girl herself, Madonna. You won't be able to progress the story until you decide to return together, so that's just what we'll do. The other Espers seem very anxious about the presence of a human in their village. Maduin suggests that the girl probably wandered in here by mistake, but where was she trying to go? The center of the earth? The gate that leads to the Esper village is at the bottom of a pretty intense cave filled with lava and vicious undead monsters. It would be pretty hard to stumble in here by accident. But I guess that's the story we're going with? Maybe the cave was pretty chill a long time ago? I guess it's hard to say. Maduin gives Madonna a pendant for protection, and the two really seem to hit it off. But are humans and Espers really so different? After Maduin puts his foot in his mouth, Madonna vows to return to her home tomorrow, but she'll need a guide. And who would be that guide but the gatekeeper himself? Unfortunately, when he wakes up in the morning, Maduin finds that the girl has left on her own, and she made it all the way to the gate. But if this generation would find out about how to use the Esper's abilities, it could end in disaster. Yeah, you aren't kidding. If Madonna went back to the human world, Would she lead the other humans back here to the Esper's hidden world? Is she the one that brought Gestalt? Maybe, just maybe, if we asked really nicely, perhaps we could convince her to stay. That would be much better for everyone. Behind this Esper youth that looks very similar to Maduin, is that one of his kids? We find Madonna waiting outside the gate. She says what everyone's been saying since she got here, that humans and Espers can't coexist. But Maduin offers another perspective. How do we know? Unless we observe for ourselves. And when an Esper boy and a human girl love each other very much, stars come out of their feet, and that's how babies are made. This suggests that Espers and humans have compatible DNA, but is that true for all of the Espers? Does that mean that Madonna could have had a child with Stray the cartoon cat, or Bismarck the enormous whale? I've got questions. Everything seemed fine until 2 years later, when the gate was breached again. It seems like someone may have been slacking on their gatekeeper duties, Maduin. This time it was no accident. Emperor Gestalt had been searching for the Esper world, and now that he'd found it, he was going to seize all of its power for himself. As Imperial troops pour through the gate, kidnapping Espers left and right, the Elder knows that they have no choice. They have to erect the magic barrier. First, they'll create a powerful tempest that will violently suck any humans out of the realm. And then they'll create a magical barrier that will seal the gate and prevent anyone from ever crossing it again. Madonna says that she won't miss the other side, and the Elder moves forward with the plan. But the other Espers, they blame Madonna for the Imperial incursion, even though it really isn't her fault at all. As Maduin argues with a wolf man and some sort of pixie monster, Madonna runs outside. Madonna runs towards the barrier, carrying baby Terra in her arms. Maduin chases, and when he comes to the village elder, he finds out that it's too late. The spell has already begun, and Madonna is being drawn into the other world. As Maduin enters the cave, he's blocked by Emperor Gestalt and a pair of Imperial troopers. But the tempest has begun. Gestalt desperately tries to stay within the Esper world, but he too is pulled through the gate. Madonna insists that she's not their friend, but Maduin's trust never wavered. He tries to pull her back to safety when baby Terra pops out of her arms and is sucked through the portal. Madonna follows, and Maduin chases after them, but we know what happens to him. He ends up bled of his power inside of an Imperial research lab. Badly injured, Madonna pleads with Gestalt to take care of her baby, not knowing how evil the man she was handing her child over to is. She realizes it just a moment too late, but before she could do any more, Gestalt murders her. Gestalt may not have gotten all the Espers that he wanted, but this baby might be even better. And as the gate to the Esper realm sealed forever, Gestalt clutched his treasure and laughed. As the scene shifts back to Terra's bedside in the city of Zozo, it seems that she's returned to her human form. Now that she understands who she is, that she's part Esper and part human, she finally feels like she can control this power that she has. unlike Celis, who got her magical powers at the expense of a dying Esper, Terra got hers from her father, and just knowing that makes her feel stronger. This is good news for us because not only is Terra going to rejoin the party, but now she's unlocked her Morph ability, which doubles the damage that she deals in combat and reduces the damage that she takes from enemy magic by half. You can't use Morph all the time. In fact, we'll have to charge it up before we get to use it our very first time. And to charge it up, you need to fight battles that give you magic points at the end. You'll need to get a decent amount of magic points before you'll light up that Morph ability. And then if you use it, you'll need to get more magic points before you can use it again. Terra has a Morph gauge that steadily decreases until she automatically changes back into a human. But if she gets stopped during the battle, well, that gauge will stop too, so keep that in mind. Not only do we have Terra back, but we now have full control over the airship. The airship can only land on grassy areas, but that can get us pretty much anywhere we need to go. If you talk to one of the characters inside the ship, you can change your party configuration. And if you talk to this guy, you can unequip all the other characters so that we can rotate some of our items around. We really haven't had much of a chance to use Setzer yet, so we'll give him a shot. And Terra has been on the sideline for a while, so it's about time that she got back into the action. We'll equip her with a hero ring to juice up her physical and magical attacks, and we'll give her some running shoes to make her faster. Right now, the two characters that we added to our party, Terra and Setzer, are levels 16 and 15, so we should be able to raise their levels quite quickly, and they'll be able to benefit from Espers. Now that we have control of the airship, we're supposed to go back to Narshe, but before we do that, we can obtain a few more Espers, and some of them will be even more valuable whenever we level up. So we want to do this first for sure. We're going to need a decent amount of money to purchase the next 3 Espers, and the first one that we want to buy is by far the cheapest, and we'll find it over in the village of Tzen. It's on the Vector continent up here at the top. We've visited this town before, but it's a little bit different this time. We're looking for a character that's hiding up at the top in the forested area behind the buildings. So just work your way around this relic shop and you want to talk to this guy. He will sell us the Sraphim, or I guess Sraphim Esper, for only 3,000 gold pieces. That's a pretty good deal. Sadly, this Esper doesn't give us a bonus whenever we level up, but it does teach us a very useful curative magic, including Cure, Cure 2, and Life, so those are spells that we want almost all of our characters to know. The other 2 Espers that we want to purchase can only be found at the Jidoor auction house, which is now open for business. In addition to the 2 Espers that we want to get, the auction house features a number of items that we can buy, as well as a number of items that we can never buy, like a talking chocobo. It doesn't matter how much money you have, you'll always get outbid for those items. Make sure you have at least 20,000 gold pieces on hand and then talk to this man to start up an auction. Let's see what the next item up for bids is. Well, it's in a treasure chest, so we may be able to buy it, and it's a cherub down. The cherub down is a relic that grants the float status, and we'll be able to buy this for 10,000 gold pieces if we want it, but it's not a very good deal. We'll be able to buy cherub downs for less later on in the game. Even if you do buy the cherub down here, it's not the only one that they have for sale, and you may be able to purchase another one from a different auction. These auctions can be time consuming to watch, and it can take quite a while to get the items that we're looking for, unless you understand auction house manipulation. Equip your sprint shoes and you want to start going in and out of the auction house quickly. When you do, watch the blonde woman outside. You want to make a note of which direction she takes her first step in. We're looking for a certain pattern here. So this time she went right, and this time she went down, and this time she went up, up, right, left. Okay, up, right, left is one of the patterns we were looking for. So after you see that pattern, talk to the man, and if I'm correct, this should be the Zone Seek Esper. And there it is, the Magicite Zone Seek. The Zone Seek Esper is a steal at only 10,000 gold pieces. It doesn't teach the best spells, but it grants +2 magic power whenever you level up, so it's one of the best level up bonuses that you'll find in the entire game. You'll definitely want to buy this one as soon as possible. So whenever they ask you to bid 10,000 gold pieces, you should happily say yes. Now that we have Zone Seek, the next character that is going to level up in our party is definitely Locke. He is very, very close right now, so we can equip him with the Zone Seek Esper so that he can enjoy that sweet magic power bonus. +2! The auction only has one Zone Seek Esper for sale, so once you purchase it, it will not be sold again. We're a little bit short on cash to purchase the other Esper, so we'll need to head to one of the stores in town where we can sell some of our superfluous items. I hate to sell off too much stuff because later on in the game we're going to want specific items to bet at the Colosseum, but whatever you need to do to round up the 20,000 gold pieces to buy the Golem Esper will be worth it. This is an important purchase. Once again, we're watching for which direction the blonde woman takes her first step in as we enter and exit the auction house, and the pattern we're looking for here is right, down, down, right. That's the one that we just saw, and you do need to watch very carefully because sometimes the woman will take her first step and then immediately change direction. If you think you might have seen the pattern but you aren't sure, just start up an auction. Even if you're wrong, there's not a real penalty, just don't buy the item for sale and then start looking for the pattern again. So we will happily buy the Golem Esper for 20,000 gold pieces, and luckily they won't let anyone bid it up any higher. The Golem Esper costs more than the Zone Seek Esper, although I would say that Zone Seek is more important. Golem does teach some useful spells though, including Stop, and it's the only Esper that will teach us Stop here in the World of Balance. Now that we have those 3 Espers, I do want to mention that much later in the game we would have been able to buy the Sraphim Esper for a lot less money, but by that time it wouldn't have been as useful, so I think that having it early is the thing to do. I think that's enough optional side quests for now. Let's fly the Blackjack over to the city of Narshe, save the game, and head on to our next destination. This time when we enter the city limits of Narshe, we actually receive a warm welcome. It's a little bit surprising considering that the last time Terra was here she went Super Saiyan and launched off into the stratosphere, and it's definitely nice to feel wanted. The town elder is convinced, so the people of Narshe are on board with the returners. Now you may wonder what caused them to change their mind. Well, it seems that Banon has a new battle plan. The Empire may have superior numbers and better technology, but if we could team up with the Espers, perhaps their magic could turn the tide of battle. Narshe would provide the manpower, and Figaro could provide the machinery. If we all work together, it just might work. But we have to get the Espers on board. And there's only one person, or should I say, one half human, half Esper, that can make them understand. With their help, we'll rise up and take the power back, and those fat cats will have a heart attack. The Empire's time is coming to an end. We'll unify and watch our flag ascend. As Banon muses on the battle plans, Terra and the others will go to the sealed cave. To get there, we'll need to pass through an Imperial Base. There's no other way. But before we do any of that, now that we have the blackjack, the stores here in town now carry new items. So it's time to go shopping. Let's see what they have. The relic shop has new stuff, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. So unless you need to pick up a few more pairs of earrings, we'll head over to the weapon shop. And before we start shopping here, we're going to need some more cash. We spent a lot of money on those 3 Espers, so we'll need to recoup some of that now. For 6,000 gold pieces, we can buy the Hawkeye, which is a nice new weapon for Locke. It deals full damage from the back row, so we can put him in the back where he'll be safer. And it has a 50% chance of dealing 50% bonus damage or 200% bonus damage against an enemy with float. The weird thing about this weapon is if you use the capture ability, you won't be able to get that bonus damage. So if you're fighting against flying enemies, you may want to use your normal attack. Keep that in mind. The word around town is that Lone Wolf, the notorious thief, has been spotted. And if you're wondering where he is, I'll give you one guess. That's right. He's in the treasure room. Remember that locked chest that we couldn't open before? Well, Lone Wolf knows how to open it. Speaking with Lone Wolf here begins a short side quest that will end with us either getting the gold hairpin, which is a new relic that reduces our magic costs by 50%, or we'll be able to add a new character to our roster, the Moogle Mog. Follow Lone Wolf up here towards the mines, and as you chase him into the next part of town, you'll see him pop out on the right, but you'll also see Umaro the Yeti peeking out from a mine shaft above. We won't be able to recruit Umaro yet. That's just the game giving us a little preview of what's in store later. There are random encounters here in the mines, but at our current levels, these enemies should be a breeze to defeat. Even our basic attack should be enough to defeat them in a single shot. And you can see that Locke stole the tonic there, but because he used capture, he was not going to be able to get any bonus damage out of his Hawkeye weapon. Not that he would need it against an enemy like a Repo Man. We'll head back outside and follow the path around, and then we'll go back into the mines. I think you might encounter monsters in this little room, but once you get outside, you're in the clear. There are no monsters up here in the snowfield. Not a single one. Work your way to the top where you'll come face to face with Lone Wolf and we'll be forced to make a choice. We'll either be able to get Mog or we'll be able to get the gold hairpin. You won't be able to get both right now. Even if you don't save Mog here, you'll still be able to get him much later in the game, and we'll definitely be able to find another gold hairpin. However, if you don't rescue Mog now, he will never be able to learn his Water Rondo dance. Now, if I'm being completely honest, I almost never use Mog's dances. They're fairly random and a lot more fun than useful, but I still hate having empty spaces on the menu, so we have to get that Water Rondo. Sorry, Lone Wolf. You and your gold hairpin just aren't worth it. After seeing that we chose Mog, Lone Wolf the pickpocket decides to jump. Now, if he had just waited a few more minutes, we probably could have saved him too. Maybe we can send someone down there and they can scrape the gold hairpin off of his corpse. Well, if not, I guess it's not that big of a loss. Because our party was already full, Mog doesn't immediately join and instead runs ahead to the airship. If we want to add him to our active squad, we'll have to do it there. Before we catch up to Mog, we should sell a few more items so that we can purchase the power sash at the armor shop. This armor can be equipped by Cayenne, Edgar, Locke, Setzer, and Terra. It provides 52 defense, which is quite good, and it also adds +5 stamina, +1 speed, and +5 vigor. Those are some good bonuses. Look at Locke's stats light up whenever we equip the power sash. Quite a handy piece of armor. You may want to buy a few of those if you can afford it. In fact, I think we have enough stuff that we can probably buy one more power sash. Alright, that'll be good. We can equip Sabin with this one. So we'll switch out the ninja gear and put on the power sash. And that should be good for those two characters. And that's really all we need to do here in the town of Narshe at the moment. We'll head outside, get into our airship, and then we'll change our party around, because now that we've recruited Mog, it's time for him to learn some dances. Mog is sort of a geomancer, and he will learn a new dance whenever he fights a successful battle in a new environment. So we're looking for different types of terrain. There are 8 possible dances to learn, but we can only get 7 of them right now. If you had Mog fight in the group battle at the beginning of the game, he will already know the Dusk Requiem. So there are 6 more dances that we want to learn right now. 3 of them are pretty easy to do. The Wind Song, which we'll do on the plains, the Forest Suite, which we will learn in the forest, and the Desert Aria, which we will learn in a desert, are all types of terrain that we can just find on the world map. So we're going to equip all of our characters with relics, espers, weapons, and armor. And once we have all that set up, we'll be ready to go. In my opinion, the best thing about Mog is that later on in the game, we'll be able to get some very unique items and relics for him to wear, including the Moogle charm, which prevents all random monster encounters. So yeah, that is very nice. With our characters equipped, we'll take off for the Vector Continent, where we'll be able to find plains, forests, and deserts, and we'll also make sure that we'll get some magic points at the end of each battle. That way we might be able to learn a few spells along the way. So we'll start off here in a desert, and it looks like we have a fossil fang and 3 bugs. This should be no problem. We have a few espers that we haven't tried out yet, so we'll give Zone Seek a shot. We definitely haven't seen its summon yet. And we have Cayenne on the team now, and we haven't tried out a lot of his sword techs, so let's try sword tech level 4. Zone Seek's ability casts Shell on the entire party, and this is going to reduce damage from enemy spells. So that's really good if you're up against spellcasters. Here's Bismarck's summon. We've seen that one before. It just deals damage to all the enemies. And in a moment here, we should see Cayenne use that Quadra-Slam. Quadra-Slam, as it may sound, will hit 4 times on random enemies out on the battlefield. It takes a while to charge up, but has a pretty nice effect. With the Desert Aria learned, we now have 2 dances down and 5 more to go. We'll head to this area near the city of Vector, where we can quickly get the Wind Song for winning a battle on the plains. Of course, we've seen 2 wyverns and a Ralph before. These are the enemies that can put the party in critical condition if we leave one of those wyverns alone on the battlefield. so we do want to try to destroy all of these enemies at the same time if possible. Mog is also equipped with the black belt, which will make him counterattack sometimes when he gets attacked, and that could be very handy here. Cayenne has a Genji glove, so he's doing 2 attacks per round when he does his normal attack, and Terra got in there with a little bit of magic. Setzer can attack with his cards to finish the battle, and now we've learned another dance, so we only have 4 more to learn at this point. Not bad. After we use some magic to cure the party, we can save the game because we're out here on the world map, and then we're just going to walk over to this forested area, where if we wander around for a moment, we'll be able to pick another fight with some enemies, and after completing it, we will master another dance. This group includes a Wyvern, a Ralph, and 2 Chicken Lips. Out of the 3 enemy types here, the safest one to leave alone on the battlefield would be the Ralph, so if you had to leave one enemy here, that's the one that it should be. We'll focus on the other 3 enemies on the board, already clearing out one of the Chicken Lips, and after those 2 hits from Cayenne, it shouldn't take too much more to finish the remaining one. Setzer will do it with his cards. With our current level of equipment, these enemies can't deal that much damage, so we'll just chip away at the Wyvern to make sure that the Ralph is the last remaining enemy, and then we should be able to easily win the fight. So we'll be all in on the last enemy, and yes, you guessed it, we were able to learn a few spells, and then we master a new dance. The next 3 dances are a little bit more difficult. You might think that we would be able to go into Vector City here to learn the Love Sonata, which you need to learn within a town, but you'll see that Vector is being guarded by a huge robot called the Guardian. The Guardian has the invincibility property, which makes all of our attacks deal 0 damage to it. It seems like it's impossible to defeat here in the world of balance. But what if I told you that it is possible to beat the Guardian? We just need to use Reverse Joker Doom. We want to start by getting the cursor in the right position for our characters and then canceling, so we'll set Setzers near Slot, we'll have Locks near Muddle, and then we're going to cast Phantom's Fader spell. Quickly use Muddle on Setzer, then immediately have one of your characters fight him. Now we're going to do the slots. You want to keep trying to pause and unpause so that you can get those first 2 sevens, and you need to do this very quickly. The last one that you want to hit is a bar. Then you should have the attack go off, and because Setzer was muddled, he would normally use that Joker Doom on our own party, but he reversed it and used it on the Guardian instead. Now of course you still can't get past him into the city, but using Reverse Joker Doom, it is possible to beat that guy. The Joker Doom trick will work against most bosses, and against the ones that it doesn't work against, Reverse Joker Doom will do the trick. Now let's get back to dancing. We haven't tried using any of the dances we learned yet, so let's do that now. We will use the Wind Song because we're already on the plains here, and you'll lose control over Mog for the rest of the battle whenever you use a dance, and he'll just keep using random abilities associated with that dance. So you can see that sun bath that he did the first turn. You can try using a dance from a different terrain than the one you're currently in, and if you succeed, the background will change, but you have a 50% chance of Mog stumbling, and then he just wastes his turn, so that is very obnoxious. The next place that we're going to go is Mount Colts, and in the outer parts of Mount Colts we can learn the Earth Blues. There are no enemies near the entrance, so you'll need to cut through this cave, and if you fought an enemy inside that cave, you'd be able to learn the Dusk Requiem, but you need to be out here to learn the Earth Blues. These enemies are fairly weak, so a few of our basic attacks should be enough to win, Cayenne can take down one with his Genji glove, and it looks like Mog is going to do his regular attack as well as a counter attack to finish the battle. After mastering this new dance, that means there are only 2 more dances that we can learn right now, and we'll get the next one in the town of Zozo. You know there's enemies here in Zozo, so take a battle against this Hades Gygus, and we will be able to learn the Love Sonata whenever the battle completes. We even got this guy in a pincer attack, so it shouldn't be too tough, although we do need to be careful about his death move, Magnitude 8. I think that we'll survive. Everybody was fine, and we learned the next to last dance. But what about the Water Rondo? That one's a good bit more complicated. The best way to get the Water Rondo is to fly your airship to the town of Nikia. It's this one right here. In this town, we will be able to rent a chocobo, and that's what we're going to do next. Now, why don't we want to just walk to our next destination? Well, you'll see here in a moment. The chocobo stable is over here on the far right side. So head on up into the upper right corner, talk to the man, and just pay 80 gold pieces to rent that bird. To learn the Water Rondo, we need to have Mog fight a battle in an aquatic environment, and to do that, we want to take him through the Serpent Trench. Now, the Serpent Trench ends at the town of Nikia, so that's why we're starting there. It's also our end point. By riding a chocobo, we will be able to pass through several areas without actually going into them. We won't have to go into the Imperial camp, and we'll be able to skip right through the Phantom Forest. So here's the bridge near the city of Doma, and then we'll just ride our chocobo right through the Phantom Forest. You don't have to go inside at all. And then we'll just head around this way, and here's the falls. So dismount your bird and head on in. Right now, we're just essentially retracing the steps of Sabin's scenario. So we'll heal the party, and then we're going to take the plunge over Barren Falls. Good news! You don't have to fight any fish this time. So we'll just walk up to the edge. It'll ask if you want to jump. We'll say why not. And this is going to take us all the way to the Veld. You can also learn the Water Rondo on the Leet River, but this is by far the faster way. Now we just need to head to the cave on the Veld, so we'll take a walk down this way. If you do encounter any enemies, you are not able to run away here on the Veld, but you could use a warp stone or a warp spell if you really don't want to fight. This Lobo doesn't pose any threat, so we'll just quickly get it out of the way, and we'll continue our journey. The cave on the Veld is down here, so just keep working your way down to the cave. And once you get inside, we're just going to make our way to the Serpent Trench. I suppose we still have that diving helmet, so the 4 of us are going to have to share, but we should be able to safely jump into the trench. There are no enemies here, so just work your way around, and when you gotta jump, you gotta jump. If you take the left paths here in the Serpent Trench, you won't go into any of those treasure caves, so that might be a slightly faster way to get through here. But after fighting the first battle here underwater, we're going to learn that Water Rondo. These enemies are not very dangerous. Let's try that Maduin summon. I think that might do the trick. And here is Chaos Wing. This deals non-elemental damage, so you don't have to worry about resistances. And that was enough to clear the board. And with that, we've mastered the Water Rondo. Now just do the rest of the Serpent Trench, and you'll travel under the water to Nikia, where our airship awaits. Getting that dance may be a little bit convoluted, but honestly, if you don't plan on getting the Water Rondo, you might as well take the gold hairpin. That's the whole reason why we recruited Mog in the first place. So just make your way through the bazaar, and we should be able to exit the town over on the left or the right side. And then we'll just go back into our airship and we can be on our way. Now that we have all of those dances, we can get back to the story, and the next thing we need to do is go to the Imperial Base. But let's take a look at that dance menu. You can see the only one missing is the Snowman Jazz, and we'll have to get that one a little bit later on in the game. That is probably more than enough Mog for the moment, so we'll head down to the free inn here on the Blackjack, where we will restore our hit points and magic points, and then we're going to change up our party configuration. To get to the sealed gate, we're going to have to pass through quite a dangerous cave, so I recommend bringing a good team. Terra and Locke are good choices, Sabin is always very powerful, and let's bring along Cayenne this time. We haven't used him very much, and he is quite a powerful character. We'll change up our equipment and Espers and get everyone ready to go. And once all of our party members are equipped, we'll lift off for the Imperial Base. We saw the Imperial Base earlier, but we didn't go in, so you want to head over to the east side of the Vector Continent and land next to this small blue house. Whenever we head inside, this place is normally bustling with Imperial troops, but right now, it's oddly quiet. We wouldn't have been able to get through here before, but now it just seems all too easy. Make your way up the stairs at the top and work your way across, then head down across this bridge and over to the right. That will bring you to the exit. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for the story in this episode, but before we go, I have one more very interesting trick to show you. Did you know it was possible to beat the game just by dying a bunch of times? Complete the game normally up until you defeat Vargas on top of Mount Colts, and afterwards you want to enter a battle here, and we're going to try to get most of our party members killed except for Edgar, and we want Edgar to be down to a very low amount of hit points. Start by clearing all but one enemy so that they won't get in the way, and then we can begin attacking our own party members. This will be the fastest way to drain them of their hit points. Once you get Edgar's health down to around 20 hit points or lower, 14 should be good enough, we would like to have him run away, but we want the other characters to stay on the screen, so you want to assign them a couple actions really quickly, and then have Edgar run away. Now we're going to have Sabin die, but because Edgar escaped, the party doesn't get annihilated. Once you're all set up, exit to the world map, and we need to change some configurations. So we're going to put the active battle mode all the way up to full speed, and then we need to start changing the window colors. You want to go to window number 2 and start changing each one of the different colors to 27 red, 26 green, 22 blue. So 27, 26, 22. And you want to keep doing that the whole way across until you get to the very last one, the one that looks like it's dark black. So just keep changing these. 27, 26, 22, 27, 26, 22. When you get to that last one, you're going to change it to 1850. Once you've done all of that, you're going to go up to window number 3, move the slider all the way over to the first color, and you're going to change that one to 1950, 18, 21, 19, and then 19, 0, 0. Don't worry about the other colors for window number 3, and you're going to go all the way over to window number 7, and you're going to start changing each of those colors to 27, 26, 22 again. Now, I'm not sure exactly how much of this is mandatory. I'm just showing you what I did to get it to work. So if you want the trick to work, I recommend doing all of these window colors. You may only need to do the ones on Windows 7 and 8, but I wasn't taking any chances, so just change them all. We're just trying to feed some values here into the game's memory so that eventually we're going to perform a stack overflow, and we're just going to push all of these memory values down the chain. So once again, we'll do 1850 in that last window, and then here on number 8, we're going to do 1920. Then we're going to do 182119 on the second color, 1900 on the third color, and we're not going to mess with any of the other colors. Go into Edgar's equipment, and we want to unequip all of his equipment and equip him with just a dirk. Make sure he's in the front row so that he will be easy to kill, and save the game. After you save, the next thing we need to do is die 52 times. And we need to die exactly 52 times, so make sure that you're keeping count, because we will need to do something a little bit different after the last time. If you don't get a monster encounter after the first few steps, you may want to save again, but don't save the game after you've encountered a monster. So that was our first death. We now need to do 51 more. And we're going to hit that same encounter again, although it could be like a back attack or a preemptive strike, you never know. In a preemptive strike, you may want to attack yourself. Alright, we're going to skip ahead here. This is the 50-second death. Whenever you die the 52nd time, as soon as the screen fades out, you're going to press and hold Start, Select, L, and R, and just keep holding it. If you pressed it too early, you'll pause the game, so you just want to unpause and then try it again. But if you timed it correctly, after you hear this little game over song, the game will fade to white, and you'll hear a sound that sort of sounds like an airship taking off. That's how you'll know that you got the trick to work. And there it is. If we did everything correctly, we will call up the game's ending. If you did it wrong, well, the game will probably soft lock, or you might get transported to who knows where. When I was experimenting with this trick, pressing different buttons whenever it was time to die the 50-second death took me to all sorts of different parts of the game. So hopefully this trick will work for you, but in different versions of the game, it may take different button combinations to actually call up the ending. Now you might think that this is a big spoiler for the game's ending, but the ending that we're about to see here is more than a little bit weird. Because we don't have most of the characters yet, many of the characters that we see here in the ending are replaced with those Moogles from the beginning of the game, and some characters will have this sort of thing going on, where you just see their portrait and sort of a black and white pan across of a certain scene. It's possible to beat the game normally without recruiting all of the characters, and for any of the characters that you didn't have, you will see a scene like this. Whenever we actually complete the game later on in the guide, we're going to have all of the characters, so we won't see a lot of these strange scenes. Now is our chance to check them out. It should be impossible to beat the game without Setzer, so he doesn't have one of those character portrait scenes. Instead, we see his actual ending scene, but it's populated with Moogles instead of the normal characters. Well, at least some of them are Moogles. Edgar is normal. We're not going to watch the game's entire ending. This game's ending is very long, but we are going to check out a lot of the scenes that are different from the game's normal ending that we'll see later. Gotta admit, it's kind of funny seeing a Moogle replace Setzer. It's just so surreal. At this point in the game, we did have the brothers Figaro, so we will see the normal scene here for Edgar and Sabin, but as before, there are some Moogles replacing other characters in that scene, so you'll see what I mean here in a moment. I don't remember which two characters are replaced by Moogles here. I want to guess that at least one of them is Setzer and maybe the other one is Gao? Hard to say, but here you can see Sabin and Edgar's ending scene before we move on to the one for Mog, which is next. Mog is actually one of the first characters that we get. He appears in the group battle back in Narshe, but because he's not part of our current roster, we're going to see his character portrait scene with the black and white pan over. When I was a kid, I only saw one of these missing character scenes the first time I finished the game, and that was the one for Shadow because I abandoned that poor guy on the floating continent. Now, I'm not exactly sure how the game put these scenes together. Some of them look like they're kind of unfinished. Mog's wing is a little bit jittery there. And whenever we see the scene for Umaro, which is the one coming up next, it's essentially the exact same scene that we just saw for Mog, but with Umaro's portrait instead. Now, I'm not sure if that's because both of these characters are in some way related to the town of Narshe, but I feel like they could have maybe panned over the dungeon where you get Umaro, instead of just showing us that exact same cliff face where we were able to rescue Mog from Lone Wolf the Pickpocket. The other character that we have to wait to recruit until the World of Ruin comes next. This will be the scene for Gogo, assuming that you don't have Gogo. Now this one makes a lot of sense. We'll see Gogo's character portrait over the Triangle Island Zone Eater cave. And that's what this zone is right here. It's actually a particularly frustrating area where there are some characters that can knock you off of that bridge, and then you'll have to climb back up and try it again. I assume that a lot of people probably finished the game the first time without recruiting Gogo, so this was probably one of the character portrait scenes that more people got to see than any other. And it does remind you that there could be other characters that maybe you didn't find. This one, of course, is Gao, and Gao's not on our team either, so we'll see his character portrait scene here. You might expect Gao's scene to be on the Veldt, but it's the cave on the Veldt because there are no world map locations for these black and white character scenes. Gao is a character that we don't have right now, but the next scene is the one for Locke Cole, so we'll be able to see what his scene looks like with a few Moogle participants. Now, of course, we do have Locke, but this next scene doesn't just include him, it also includes Celis. Now, it should be impossible to beat the game without Celis in your party. That would be pretty tough, but we've managed to do it here, so she will be replaced by the Moogle Kutan. A rendition of her opera theme begins to play as the scene opens up. Terra runs across in her morphed form, followed by Edgar and Locke. And here are two of the Moogles. I think it's the one on the left that is supposed to be Celis. She dropped something and stops to pick it up, but then the floor starts to break away. Luckily, Locke is there to rescue her, and it's confirmed that one was definitely Kutan. He promises not to let her go, even if she is a strange white creature with pink wings. As the others scramble to higher ground, Locke drags her away as the scene fades to black. The next scene is for a character that we do have in our party. This next one is for Terra. It'd be pretty tough to get through the game without Terra in your party. It's possible to do that 52 death trick much earlier in the game, but it requires some very precise frame perfect button presses, so doing it after defeating Vargas is much easier. But even if you would do it at the earliest point, you still would have Terra in your party. In this heartwarming scene, flanked by a pair of Moogles, Terra says her last goodbyes to her father. Will Terra stay, or will she fade away as well? If she is strongly attached to someone here, perhaps she can survive. And with that, we move to the next scene, and this next one is for Realm, another character that we don't have in our party. So this will be our chance to see Realm's character portrait scene, and you won't be surprised if you know anything about Realm to see that her scene takes place in the village of Thamasa. Thamasa is not a place that we've been to yet in the guide, but it is a location that we'll be going to soon, so make sure to check out part 3 to see more about that. As we pan over the peaceful city, Realm's expression doesn't change. And after a few moments, it all will fade to black, and then we'll move on to the next character, and this is another one that we don't have, Shadow. At this point in the game, we have named Shadow, but he wouldn't be in our party, so we'll see his character portrait scene, and this is the same one that you would see if you let him die on the floating continent and he wasn't part of your team at the end of the game. Just like Realm, Shadow pans over the city of Thamasa. What is Shadow's connection to Thamasa? We'll have to see his dream scenes to find out. We will definitely be checking out Shadow's dreams later on in the guide, but for now, he just fades away, and there is a third character that has ties to the village of Thamasa, and that one is Strago Magus. After the book is done flipping and flapping, we'll see yet another exhilarating black and white character portrait scene. It would be very disappointing if you beat the game the normal way and this was the ending that you saw. Seeing all of these character portraits really doesn't tell you much about what happened to these characters after the final battle. Well, I think that's everyone. Who else do we need to see a scene for? Oh, and you. Well, isn't that nice? Before the final credits roll, we see one last scene on the deck of the airship. Our characters rush to the controls. Terra can fly, but what about the rest of us? As the airship gets going, the last piece of magicite disappears in a puff of smoke. And then Terra begins to lose her power. It's not good. She won't be able to keep flying if she doesn't have her Esper powers. With a bit of a sputter, the airship takes off and rises up above the clouds. Are we safe now? I'm not sure. Terra's strength fades out and she drops out of the sky. Oh no, is she going to be okay? As Terra plummets, the Moogles floating over the falls see her off in the distance, as do a bunch of young children. Then we head back to some strange burned out town where there's a woman giving birth? Yep, that's definitely what's going on here. Do it right, Katerin. Gotta hang in there. Now, I've never delivered a baby before, but if I did, I for sure wouldn't want a half dozen screaming children around the bedside as it happened. Back on the airship, everything seems to still be afloat. Our party members begin to recover, and as they dust themselves off, they start to wonder, where is Terra? It looked like she fell out of the sky, so I sure hope she's okay. But after a moment of looking, they realize that she's right over on the left side. Totally fine. Don't scare us like that, Terra. We thought you were a goner. She thanks one of the Moogles for waking her up. And with that, we can finally roll the credits. And we're going to skip over those credits for now, and we'll come back to this scene, which is definitely a little bit strange. Back down on the ground, it seems that Katerin had the baby, and that child looks exactly like baby Terra. The resemblance is astounding. The children cheer as a familiar Final Fantasy tune plays. And as this man hoists the baby up in the air like Rafiki at the beginning of The Lion King, we return to several other locations from the game as the airship passes overhead. After leaving behind this small town, we move over to the town of Thamasa, where there is more rebuilding taking place. Terra laughs as she watches. The people are doing a great job at restoring this burned out house and fix it in a matter of seconds. And then we go back to the airship and cut away to one more scene, and this is where the ending stops. So it's a little bit of a glitch, but this next part is the final scene in the ending. So as the airship passes over the town of Kohlingen, two Moogles wait by the waterside. And that's it. That's the end of the game. Well, I hope you enjoyed this short look at a strange alternate ending to Final Fantasy VI. But this guide is far from over. Make sure to join us for part 3, where we'll open up the sealed gate, and perhaps we'll finally put an end to this stupid war. But until then, thanks for watching.